Good evening and welcome to the June 15, 2015 Long Meadow Select Board meeting. We'll start with a Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to start with a couple of announcements. We had a meeting last week and inadvertently was not televised right after the election. And I'd like to repeat a couple of announcements we made at that point. First of all, I'd like to thank Paul Santinello for his many years of service to the Select Board of Long Meadow. I'd also like to welcome Tom Lacusa to the board. Welcome, Tom.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank the residents of Long Meadow for showing out. Close to 15% turnout at the election. It was the town clerk had it right on the money, and she was going high, and it worked out just, I think, 14.7. I also like to thank some of the other members. We had another person that did run for select board. It was Jeffrey Klotz. I appreciate him stepping up to the plate and running for select board. And I'll leave the other appointments alone, but I'll just talk about the select board ones. Any other announcements? Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I have a couple of announcements. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the retirement of one of our police officers, Bernie Parada, who retired after 27 years, late May after our town meeting. I know we have some retirements coming up with department heads, and we'll probably acknowledge those at the time, but Officer Parada has served the town of Long Meadow for a long time, and I think it's worth acknowledging him. A couple other things is that this is the last meeting that select board meeting will have, and first chance before we get a chance to advise our residents that on July 1st, which is the start of a fiscal year, we're going to have a new trash hauler. And so I think people need to be on the, we don't expect any changes. It should be seamless. Same streets, same routes. I would think that in the first week there may be a little bit of changes to the timing, so people who are used to putting out their trash late in the day may want to get it out earlier in the day, and just make sure. But we're expecting that to happen seamlessly, and I certainly would I guess anybody who has any issues should call it, what, DPW, Stephen, 567-3400, if there are any issues. Also, there was a brand new recycling schedule that was in the reminder a week or so ago for people who don't get the reminder, who didn't get it. They can be picked up at Town Hall, and should pick up the New Year's recycling reminder. July 1st is New Year's Eve here. That's it.
Okay. Any other announcements? I have one. Pardon?
So I would just add to your announcement about the elections, a debt of gratitude to the election workers. Mm-hmm. It's a very long day for them. They do get paid, but not very much. And so I wanted to thank them for their work. It went, as well as the work for the other town departments that help prepare for elections. Mm-hmm. You know, when elections go smoothly, you don't even think about it, but when they don't go smoothly, it becomes a pretty significant episode for the town. And last Tuesday's election went very, very smoothly. So the people that are, that are behind that, make sure it doesn't happen by accident, deserve mention as well.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. You're correct. There was one other item I needed to mention on before we start our meeting, that I'm going to propose an adjustment to the amendment or to the agenda tonight. I'm going to add an agenda item that we talk about the consultant coming in and addressing the select board on role, goals, and rules and functions of the board and the town manager. So we'll get a motion going on that later in the meeting. Any other statements? Okay. Resident comments. Do we have any residents in tonight? Yes, sir. I might want to state it in about 2 minutes. I'm going to halt resident comments. I'm going to have to go to a liquor license hearing. So if we're in the middle, I'll have to halt you.
I'll be quick.
Okay, sir.
I've never been accused.
Okay. And you need to state your name and your...
My name is Thomas Costello.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas J. Costello III, for what it's worth. We have a fourth version living over on Hillside Terrace, my son. I live at 126 Colton Place.
Okay, and you got a mic in front of you. You can sit down.
Okay.
And that way you're put out on TV.
Thank you. Here's half of my 2 minutes.
Okay.
I live at 126 Colton Place. I've been there since June 1st, I'm sorry, of 1979, some 36 years now. I bought it from a woman who lived there 38 years. I thought she was ancient. She's a lot younger now as time goes on. But anyway, be that as it may, my issue is with Colton Place. I would feel remiss if I didn't come here and at least say something, because there are a lot of things that are bothering me about it. They've been working on Colton Place for almost half the time that it took to build the Transcontinental Railroad for this 940-foot section. It's been dug up 4 times in the last 10 years, once to connect 10 or 12 years to connect the 2 schools. About 5 or 6 years ago, they dug it up to replace the sewer. Last year, they dug it up presumably to fix the sewer and to put in a water line. This year, they're digging it up to put in a gas line. Find it hard to believe that those things can't be coordinated and all done at the same time. If you dig up an entire street, perhaps you should look and see that the gas line's 150 years old or whatever it is. I have an issue with that, can't help it, but be that as it may. That's not my primary concern. My primary concern is I did get on the website, put in, I think that was the second one, the sidewalk that was put in. I had my sidewalk replaced 35 years ago. The sidewalk that was put in 35 weeks ago is disintegrating as we speak. It must have been designed to be in Phoenix, Arizona, because it cannot handle the road salt. I talked to the Public Works. They said they'll take a core sample. I said, don't take a core sample, take a walk. I've also taken pictures, when I have time, it doesn't matter, but pictures of half a dozen cracks. Not in the sidewalk, just in the sidewalk. They're cracking, and it's deteriorating from the road salt. It's going to have to be replaced, either under warranty or under, we're going to have to pay for it. One of the issues, and I know you're short for time, but I would feel, again, remiss if I didn't say it, as I noticed they did it took 2 years to do a half a mile on Maple Road. It's taken 4 years to do 940 feet on Colton Place. They get all done, and Tesla's technology is still hanging from the oak trees. I think this town maybe should have some kind of an ordinance, say if you're going to totally dig up a street, put the wires underneath it too. I know there's a cost involved, but there's a cost involved for me to buy a generator for my home so I can see the Patriots game when there's a snowstorm or when I lose 3 freezers full of food. I think that's something that this town should address. It should be addressed that if you dig up the street, get everything down and have somebody coordinate it so that all this stuff happens at once, not over a course of 4 years. That doesn't make sense. That just is flat stupid. I'm sorry, but that's the best word I can come from it. Also, in closing, I might say is, whoever did it last year, hopefully it's not the same people, left a pile of something at the end that they spread all over my lawn that I had to get rid of so I could put dirt down. I took some pictures of it too. It's piles of broken up cinder blocks, bricks, dirt. Nothing's growing in it. You could put a bowling ball at the end of Colton Place and something would grow on it. Whatever they brought in, it won't. I hope that somebody's going to be held responsible to get that out of there, and hopefully at the end of this year, Colton Place will be done.
Okay. And I hate to rush you, but we are over time, and I have to start this hearing.
Well, I've never been known to
And
make...
I'll bring it right back up as soon as the hearing's over.
Could you send me the photos?
Sure.
agrant@longmeadow.org.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
I'll have my son do that.
And if you're going to be in, we'll talk to you right after we'll go right back to resident comments as soon as this hearing's over with. It shouldn't take us long.
Then I'll sit.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Take a motion to start the hearing.
Move we open the liquor license hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay. Would you like to come up and take the stand, please? And state your name and title and address for the record.
My name's Christy Bodine. I'm an attorney in Amherst, Massachusetts, and this is Hai Chang, my client.
My name is Hai Chang. Again, I am purchasing the Longmeadow package store, and my restaurant is Hartley, Massachusetts.
Okay, yeah, we have the application. Is there any comments from the board or questions from the board?
The owner of the current owner of the package store is also here if you wanted to hear from her.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you?
If she wants to see it.
You have to go meet her up there.
You
have any questions?
I don't have any questions for them.
Okay. No,
Okay.
you can sit. If we need you, we'll bring you up.
The ABCC application is fairly voluminous. I counted 117 pages. So I'm sure you've read through it line by line. Not really.
One of us
but-
has for sure,
Good, good.
and he's sitting right beside me.
Great. So, Mr. Chang is purchasing the business. His corporation is called Bottle and Brew Incorporated, but he's going to continue to do business as Long Meadow Package Store, so the name of the store isn't going to change. He's completed, what do they call it?
Tips training.
Tips training, the alcohol service training, so he's been trained and he's also been working with CM Mao, the current owner, for several months now to get to know how the store runs and what the operations are like, buying and, resupplying the store, checking IDs, all the things that go on with running a store. So if you have any questions, we're here to answer any questions or concerns that you might have.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Obviously, the application was quite complete and it met the requirements of the ABCC in Boston. But I do just have a comment from Mr. Chang, and that is that I welcome you as a business into the town of Long Meadow first. I hope you have a long and very profitable relationship in the town of Long Meadow. I do want to just point out that the select board takes the liquor sales age limitations quite rigorously as our town's licensing board. We have processes in place to identify and determine compliance with that. Our police routinely do spot checks, unannounced spot checks using underaged employees to potentially or try to purchase alcohol at both package stores as well as restaurants. I think people who watch our proceedings here have seen that come up, and I hope this is a wonderful and successful endeavor, but I would hope that I only see you here every couple of years when it's time to renew your license, if then, and not in between, just as we do take that quite seriously. So that's my only statement.
Thank you, sir.
Any other? Al?
I have a question and then sort of a comment along the lines of what Mark was just saying. So I was looking at your employment information, and it looks like the last employment was self-employed owner of International Food Market. Is that right?
Yes. I owned that business about 2 years prior to, in October 2013, when we suffered a fire.
Sure.
With a multi-complex building that lost several businesses, and our business is one in International Food Market was a kind of a specialty food store.
Sure.
Yes.
And what have you been doing since then?
Since then, I have been helping my friends who also were victims of the fire, were able to reopen their business, and I was not. And so helping out at the same time, just spending a lot of time preparing for these transactions.
Okay.
Mr. Cheng's store, I don't know if you recall the Hadley fire, the Hadley
Route 9
fire, but it destroyed 6 or 7, it burned the whole complex to the ground.
It's 11 businesses.
And one of the businesses, the restaurant that was there, the Mexican restaurant that was there, was able to find a new space and reopen. So Mr. Cheng was working with him to try to supplement his income a little bit, and has also been, we've been working together for
Yes.
at least almost a year, right?
A year.
Almost a full year.
Yeah,
He's been
almost.
trying to find a store to buy and open, and he had one option in Belchertown that didn't work out, and then another option didn't work out, so he's really been trying to get himself back into retail store ownership and management, and we're hoping that this will work out well for him.
So the other thing I was going to say, to sort of dovetail on what Mark was saying, the last thing I want to do is see any owner who's selling alcohol to be before us, because it's very uncomfortable to have to levy penalties for people who don't comply. And I can just tell you from observing some of these hearings over the last couple of years, the issues come up when there isn't a uniform system at the store of checking IDs. So, some stores check IDs across the board, some don't. The comment I would make is, to the extent that you're not checking, or you don't end up checking IDs across the board, you're walking under some level of risk. And I guess I would encourage you to, have a pretty rigorous ID checking system, so that you know, you just don't run into problems.
Thank you, and I understand that it's a serious concern for me too. Prior to the International Food Market, I was a guidance counselor for 15 years in Lowell District, and that was something I took seriously as well. And to supplement the, I did the TIP training, which I learned significantly, but also planning to purchase a kind of fake ID identifier machines that to supplement, all those that alone won't be sufficient. The eyes would be are the best indicator of fake ID and anything, but I plan to purchase that one just to supplement also, just in case.
Okay. Because I think there's plenty of business here in Long Meadow. I actually go to the Long Meadow package store because that's closest to me. I think it seems to be pretty busy with adults.
Yes.
So.
I was just wondering, Attorney, is there any sort of protocol that he has to follow in terms of the state statutes for selling to people who may be already under the influence, and is he aware of all those
He's aware of all that.
statutes?
That's what the training that he took was, the certification that he took was to teach him about the requirements of liquor service and liquor sales, and when to ID. You can't serve somebody that appears intoxicated.
Okay, and how long is the certification course? Is that a 1 day?
I did an online that is like 4.5 to 5 hours, and then I took the test.
Because your last retail business wasn't with alcohol, right?
No, it wasn't.
So it's going to be a different challenge, but, you know, just be ready for it. I guess that's all I can say. You know,
Yes.
people who want their alcohol are going to put a lot of pressure on you, so.
Yes, and then I have the old owners, you know, kind of back me up for the first few months.
She's going to stay on and help
Gonna stay
him
on, yeah.
with the
Yeah.
transition
With the
for a while
transitions.
while he gets started.
They learn the ropes pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long
Thank
have you been working down there temporary?
Pardon me?
You've been working at the store temporarily?
Yeah, I've been kind of, you know, on and off. I stopped by since April.
Okay.
Yes, and I spend sometimes there just like, observing the customers, observing people that shop there, customer that shop there, in terms of their reaction and their behaviors, and kind of to learn what the current owners are doing and observing what their red flags are. So I've been doing that.
Of course, you've heard it from just about every person on the board, is that we'd like to never see you come before us except for a renewal.
All right.
And I heard you say the one thing, you can watch their eyes. Remember, the people that will be checking you undercover, they're trained to be able to trick you. No, they won't do the eye movements that you're hoping will be there.
Well, the other thing that we understand is that the current owner hasn't had any violations,
That's
and she's
correct.
been training him,
That's
so I
correct.
think that's a
Yeah.
good sign.
You can tell we are hype around
Yeah,
it.
of course you are, yeah.
We're very, very protective of the history of the town. Any other questions? Motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Any discussion? All in favor? Or second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the transfer of the liquor license from Golden Dragon Star LLC and CM Mao to Bottle and Brew Incorporated and Mr. Hai Chen, doing business as Long Meadow Package Store.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
There we go.
You're all
Thank you
set.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a
Thank you very
lot.
much.
Okay, now we're going to slip right back into resident comments. Would you like to continue, sir? And thank you for allowing us to take that break.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay.
I guess thank you all for taking the time that you take. I know it's a lot more time probably than any of us in this room realize how much time you give to this town, and I would like to thank you
Thank you.
personally for that. Just a couple things I think that I didn't touch on. One thing, I guess it was a question, does somebody coordinate these things? Is there a reason why these things take 3 years to change? Why can't they change them all in 1 year?
Normally what we do, we have a resident comment, and then we don't have an interaction at this time.
Okay.
But we can have a slight interaction. Yes, there is an ultimate coordination, But I think as you'll hear from our town manager and you'll talk, when you hear our director of public works, quite often the gas company just doesn't come to the table and listen. They will walk in. We had another job just recently completed on Merriweather, and they came in, what, 2 months later and started ripping up the road. And
Well, if I might say, my sons took over my business some time ago, and they bought a piece of property in West Springfield. There was no heat. They had propane. They called the gas company. They said they wanted to put gas heat in. Gas company said, that street has been paved 3 years ago. If we dig that street up within 5 years, we pay a $10,000 fine. No, not unless you're willing to do it. You don't do it. Once it's done, you don't do it. As luck would have it, they were on a corner of a street and were able to come in the other way. That's an ordinance in West Springfield. Evidently, it's not here.
No, it is
One-
here. It is here.
It is?
Yes.
Okay. Well, one thing that happened here, and I guess it was fortunate for the gas company, and probably fortunate for the homes that didn't blow up because of it, because I was walking down the street and smelled gas and called the gas company, said, I smell gas.
Right.
And then they went into some diatribe about telling me not to light my cigar around there, and I said, just call somebody and get them down here. 4 times that happened in the last 6 months, year, whatever. Last year, the people, I don't know if it's the same people this year we're going to have as we had last year, but last year they have all summer to do it. It's a tight schedule. Again, they built, 1,700 miles of transcontinental railroad with picks and shovels 150 years ago, but be that as it may, they didn't start until 3 weeks after school was out. This was planned way ahead. I don't know why they weren't fined for that, and I don't know if they were fined for not finishing it, but had they had 1 more week, they would have paved that street, and then that fine would have come into place, but they didn't pave it. We'll be back in the morning. Well, it's a good thing, or in the spring, rather, it's a good thing because, again, gas came up through the street as opposed to following down lines and blowing houses up.
Yeah. By the way, that's a normal procedure to stop work in the fall, let the road settle and pave in the spring.
Well,
They do skim coating going into the fall.
Well, they didn't
Because of our
skim-
soil conditions up there, a lot of them need a lot more time to
Let
consolidate.
it settle, makes sense, but
Yeah.
in years gone by, again, this is not the first time they've done it. That was
Right.
not the procedure. They dig it up, do their thing, and then cover it.
Right.
But be that as it may, my concerns with that, I think there should be something in place where this all happens at once. And if a little 940-foot stretch of town road, when they're going to totally dig it up, I think there should be an ordinance, one, that everything is replaced, and whenever they do dig it up after, then you're gonna pay a fine, and 2, I seriously think that the town should look at, perhaps the state, and I'm gonna go that way too, I'm gonna talk to Brian Ash about saying, if you dig up a street, get the wires out of the trees. Put them down with everything else. Any new development, they have to do it, and many of the streets driving along Long Meadow Street, Farnsworth, they're gone. They took them out in years gone by. Why it didn't happen on Maple Road, with 2 years of working on a quarter of a mile or half a mile, and why it didn't happen on Colton Place is beyond me. It mystifies me. Things like that in today's world don't happen, and it's not cost. Don't tell me cost. It costs a lot of money to buy a generator and replace food. It just should be built into the bid process. And ultimately, we won't have any lines hanging from oak trees.
Mr. Stodd, I think we've met before.
Pardon
I
me?
think we've met before. Have you come by the
I want to
office?
fix your, I'm a jogger, and I'm also, I go by that clock, and it
Yeah,
bothers me. I've been
yeah,
working
we
on
talked
clocks
about
for
the clock,
years,
that's
and
right.
I want to fix that clock,
talked
and
about
I'm
the fire
done it
department
before I'm
clock.
done.
I think we talked about that after.
We
it's
did,
tied
and
to
you got
our,
right back to me, and I
yeah.
compliment you for it.
Let
Thank
me,
you.
I'll give you my card. I think we can, you're certainly welcome to continue making the comments to the board, but you're asking questions. You and I can, there's answers for most of them.
Well,
So what?
The answer that I got, and I'm still working on it, because I was in business, in the elevator business for 40 years, in every aspect of it, from build them, take them out. But anyways, as a consequence, I worked with alarm companies often. Elevators are designed, if a smoke detector goes off, the elevator goes away from the fire. Anything put in after 1979 or 80 or whatever, 81. I know alarm companies. In our conversation, you said, I think it was Sonatrol told me, is that clock, for some reason, attached to the alarm system, it's going to be $10,000 to detach it. Well, I know the grunts in the business, and I'm trying to get hold of the right one, and the grunts will tell me what the truth is and how it can be done for now. But it's a crime that thing is sitting there at 3 o'clock, if nothing else, put it at 11 o'clock, being a whatever. But it should work. I mean, disconnect it. You can buy works and you can buy, I'll do it and I'll pay for it. I'm not gonna pay $10,000 to snip 2 wires to take it off, and I don't know the ins and outs of the idiosyncrasies of it, but I do know that that's the last conversation we had. You said that $10,000 for Sonatrol to disconnect it for some reason from the, I don't know, maybe there's some obscure state law that says you have a municipal clock and it's gotta be tied to. It's not.
it's
I
right,
worked
don't
on a
forget it.
clock
So-
at municipal towers in Springfield. You know, those are never.
But your questions about Colton Place and the gas company and the wires and everything else, we can have a conversation. I mean,
Yeah,
do
that's
you think-
appropriate.
Why don't we, if you and I can have a longer, more detailed conversation, I'll happily invite our town
I'd
engineer.
love to.
Yeah,
I'd
so
love
let
to.
me- Well, you know how to find me, but I'll give you this anyway.
I don't.
So you- we'll come by town hall,
can't
we'll
hide,
talk.
I can find it.
We'll talk it out.
Richard,
We're going to email the pictures.
These pictures, okay.
yeah.
Well,
Mike,
Mr.
so-
Costello does
Yes,
raise a
sir.
good question, because we've had this discussion before about the gas company coming and ripping up the roads, and I know, Stephen, you've talked about there being a moratorium for, what, 2 years?
5 years.
5 years. And I guess it's never been clear to me how that moratorium sort of gets breached. Is that just us saying we want a moratorium and the gas company can just override it, or what's going on?
No, they can't just override it without, because we don't have to we don't have to give them a street opening permit.
Okay.
And usually it depends on what the work needs to be done. Is it an emergency situation, safety issue? You know, they ended up doing the work on Primrose. I'll say we talked them out, but we were pretty firm with them that we did not want to see Meriwether torn back up. And if they did, they were going to essentially repave the entire street, not just do the trench. And they decided that because it was not really required safety work, it was more, you know, they have these metrics that they use for when they should replace things, and this was at the lower end, and they decided that it wasn't really a threat. So, but if they had done it, we would have said, well, you have to redo the whole road. So, even though it was only a year later. And that's why, you know, because the trench never goes, the patch never goes back in the trench the same way as a resurfaced road. You know, as Richard just alluded to, every year, our engineering department, our DPW meet with the utility companies. And every year we go through the list of things, and this happens in every town, everywhere, in every town, in most towns, they still run into problems with the utility company. I mean, they're giant global corporations. I mean, you think of Eversource now, it's no longer Western Mass Electric, it's now a global conglomerate. You know, inefficiency and lack of communication are pretty rampant in some of those utility companies, and when they need approval for something 6 levels up, it takes forever. And so by the time they make a decision, we've already moved on with what their field guys told us. And usually the field personnel are pretty good, but sometimes things just don't get connected the right way.
But the way you're describing it sounds like we do have control over this then.
Most control, but there are times where,
Except for the safety,
well, I mean,
which we wouldn't want to deny them anyway if it was a safety.
I don't know that I know the full limit of our control versus their control. I mean, like as we found out with the pipeline issue, there are, you know, different regulations that I wasn't even aware of that cover certain things. So I don't want to say I know the full limits of our control. I just am familiar with what we do control in the field with the situations we have. There may be other circumstances where it's not within our control. But like I said, to answer the question, why don't people coordinate it? We do. It doesn't always work out well. We don't. Either the utility company doesn't know or doesn't communicate what they're going to be doing in a given season. In terms of the utility lines, the overhead lines, you know, we don't own them. The telephone company owns them, the cable company owns them, and it's not only cost, they don't have those companies don't have the resources to do that work, and it would be them that would do it, not the town, because it's their property.
I've heard that over and over again. It doesn't matter to me. What I'm saying is logic should win over this. And somewhere it should say in a town ordinance or in a state ordinance or in a federal ordinance, get these things out of the oak trees. Get them underground where they belong. If you build a new development, and that's what'll happen, and if you totally disrupt a street, get them under there, and it should be a town ordinance, and if it can't be done by the town, it should be done by the state, or if not by the state, by the fed. And I cannot in my heart believe that the town cannot say, if you're gonna dig up the street, you people are gonna put this down. I realize you can't say, well, then we're gonna call another electric company, because there isn't one. but there's ways to do it.
I believe that we cannot actually, in fact, do that.
Okay, well, why don't we go then have you meet with them after, off the clock, and, because the discussion get fuller, and you can report back to us. Because I'm sure Alex is taking some notes, I'm sure Alex is gonna have a couple of questions later.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everyone?
I didn't know.
Stephen's gonna get with you
Okay.
privately and see if we can get all the issues brought up.
I'm retired.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
call
work
back.
for my kids.
Call back.
They're often at work,
Yeah,
but
I like the
now I
idea.
work for free.
I like the idea about changing the time. We'll make it 5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Richard?
you all. And again, I thank you all for your,
Okay?
Thank you, sir.
thanks. You want me to be in touch with you? Or
Yeah, yeah.
I'll give you a call.
Yeah, and have your son send me pictures.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Would you share,
Thanks.
when you get some information, share what you feel is appropriate with the board?
Sure.
Okay. Good evening, Richard.
Good evening. Richard Elias, 608 Frank Smith Road. Tonight I come to this meeting wearing two hats. The first one is from the Finance Committee. We'd like to welcome the new member of the board and thank the rest of the board for the cooperation we have had in the past few years, which was different than it has been in the past. Mr. Santinello had asked us, at the end of the fiscal year, what we thought about having your finance subcommittee and our finance committee working in unison. We'd go to some of those meetings, your people would be welcome in ours, and if something was very important, we could have a joint meeting together to get the things done. We decided to wait until our people were on board so we'd have a consensus of opinion. And at our meeting last week, it was voted that we would be more than happy to work with the select board in any way that they felt was best for the town.
Thank you, Richard.
Now I get to my own stuff, nothing to do with the Finance Committee. During this election that we had, some people were saying you can tell who's going to win if you count the number of signs on the lawns throughout the town. If that was true, there'd be somebody sitting up here by the name of For Sale. There are more for sale signs in the town than any signs for any other people. I know some of them are for people that their children have finished school and they're getting out of town so they don't have to pay the taxes. But I think some of them are the people that just can't really afford to continue to live here, and that's a shame. There's a few things that could be done on this. We've got a lot of recreational fields in town, and the feeling has been, oh no, we don't want to get any private funding or support for whatever reason or another. Well, to have stuff, flags and things hanging all over the place wouldn't help the town's image. But we have nice street signs. So if somebody wanted to say, we'd like to take care of this thing, one of those street signs on the fence indicating this is being supported by such and such a company. The state does it on their highways. Springfield's even got a Picknelly Field out of it. But it's just something that we have to consider. And that would do a heck of a lot to help the budget process in this town. Wouldn't be something that's magnanimous or anything like that, but we wouldn't have to worry about where the money's going to go to from one field or another if we had a private entity coming in to do it. Second, in this town, we say we don't have a lot of business. Well, that's not really true. There's a lot of businesses that are being run out of homes in Long Meadow. And I think that's great because those people are part of the town and they're going to work for the town. But you take little things that could be done in something like that. There was a whole to-do, I remember a couple of weeks back, they were talking about the recycling and trash collection. If we said those companies can shred their papers and we'll pick it up with our paper collection, that could add, I don't know how many hundreds of pounds of salvage for the town. It's just one of the small things that could be done. Because every so often, they have these big drives in town to have your paper shredded, and they have lines going back. Even in some homes, people want to shred everything, which is fine. And that could go into the regular recycling trash. And I thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Okay, Richard,
Thank you, Richard.
Any other resident comments tonight? Okay, select board comments.
Yeah, Richard, if I could, I'd just respond to Mr. Liassi, just so he knows that, and other residents know that shredded papers can be recycled. They're encouraged to be recycled by our recycling commission. I have a shredder in my home. I recycle shredded papers, and I hope everybody else does. So that is a possibility. I think the other comment I just want to make is quickly in response or comment about Mr. Costello's concerns. The town has done its best to, if you will, bend over backwards to defer pavings while the gas company and a couple other utilities got their act together. I guess the question we now are being asked through Mr. Costello's comments and potentially in general is, have we bent over too far, and at what point do we say, sorry folks, we're ready to pave, our residents are sick and tired of whether it's Edgewood or Colton Place, of their roads still being dug up, and we're going to pave it, and sorry you haven't acted soon enough. Stephen, it's a fine line. I understand it's a fine line. I guess the answer is that's why you get the big bucks to walk the fine line, and I understand it, but it's pretty clear to me that we're not going to direct the people with the wires overhead. We talked about that earlier, put them underground. I even talked to the utility company who wanted to put in new phone poles somewhere, and I tried to get, just when they were there working, to get them to put their wires underground, and even that didn't work because of the additional costs. So I appreciate our residents' comments and concerns, but this is a bureaucracy and things work in strange ways here.
Any other select board? Alex?
Just on the question of the paving, I am very interested in finding out what exactly the limits of our authority are, and maybe that needs to be the type of policy that he's referring to in West Springfield, specific fines, so that there are incentives not to dig up roads. I do recall when I lived in Washington, D.C., this was during the telecom boom. There were umpteen telecom companies that were digging up roads to put in fiber optic. And the problem is, when you dig up a road and you repair it, it's like putting a patch on a shirt. You know, the shirt's not really the same, you know, and you put a bunch of patches on a shirt, you know, it's not much of a shirt after a while. I mean, it's very disconcerting to hear something about Merriweather. You know, that was a major project, and to have that sort of, you know, damage like that, you know, that's something that we want to do. So I would love to have this back on the agenda, you know, and so that we know exactly what our authority is and what we can do on it.
Okay. I'll get it on.
I mean, I think we can certainly report on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we bring it on the
Agenda
policy.
item, we can certainly report on it.
Because the board may wish to rewrite the policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's good. Thank you, Alex. Any other?
Well, I'd just like to make, it's my first televised meeting. I'd like to,
Makeup.
first of all, thank my, thank my wife Jean, whose involvement in the town really built a foundation for a lot of the relationships that helped me get elected. I'd like to thank other town residents, Tim Casey and Dave Russell, for all their support. I'm looking forward to working effectively with the board and with our town manager and with residents in town. I feel like the strong showing of the election was really sort of a mandate to say that residents want a more cooperative relationship between the town manager and the select board, and I'm going to do my best to give it to them. So thank you very much for electing me.
Thank you, Tom. Any other comments? Okay, I have one other thing. I was talking with Mark this afternoon, and Mark and I are going to set up an ad hoc committee, or whatever we want to call it. We're going to do some canvassing across the state and see what some of the other communities, some of the very progressive communities are doing for their mission statements, goals and objectives, and try to bring back a model that we will bring back to the board for approval that maybe we can put in place that will stay in place, and that we're not reinventing the wheel every year, every 2 years. But try to get something that is cumulatively the best thing for our town of Long Meadow, because I think we've got a lot of issues going on that should start to fall into this, you know, including just the item that just came up on the asphalt policy. I mean, there's a lot of things we can work on, so. But Mark and I are going to take that on. I don't think we have a timetable yet, do we, Mark? But it's going to be fairly quick, because the agenda items are coming up for goals pretty quick. But I want to let the board know that that's what we're going to do. Any other select board comments? Done? Okay. Liquor license out of the way. Select board comments. Board interviews or committee interviews. And we're going to start with the audit. Excuse me, I'm on the wrong list. Start with conservation or community preservation committee.
Okay, John. John.
Yeah. Nate, and if you got a sign-in sheet going tonight? There's a sign-in sheet, John. Could you put your name and address on that, please?
Certainly. John Bresnahan, 47 Falmouth Road.
Okay. And John is going for the Community Preservation Committee. There's 2 openings and they're 3-year terms. And we have 1 person putting in. What do you think about the community preservation and the capital planning, the cooperation that's starting to be generated between those 2 groups?
I think that's great. I think any time that boards within the town can cooperate, it can only be beneficial to the residents. I think the more cooperation, the better.
Okay. Any questions for John?
Well, I guess I thank you for you've been on the board, so thanks for your work.
Yes.
And what?
Just to correct that, I was
Okay.
appointed to the board, but in March, but there have been no meetings, so
Okay.
I'm up for reappointment, but I'm a veteran without a meeting.
Okay. So and you've been an interim board member
Thank
for a while. And what part of the being on the board is the most exciting for you? And what do you?
I think the fact that reviewing some of the applications that come through the CPC will be very exciting, and also cooperating with the different boards, whether it's capital planning or whether it's conservation, and just helping the town, some of the activities or applications come through that board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was unaware that you hadn't had a meeting yet, but
Yeah.
so I fed you a softball and you answered it back pretty good. But
Thank you.
What is really going on is those two groups are starting to melt themselves together much earlier in the process and discuss projects and try to figure out where's the appropriate funding source, because about 2 years ago they were projects over here and projects were over here, and sometimes they were almost getting approved at the same groups, and there was very little communication. So that is moving along. I guess, Stephen, you've helped that quite a bit on bringing those groups together too. So.
Well, when I started doing my first capital planning process, it was clear there wasn't a lot of interaction.
Right.
And even the timing of when CPA made their decisions versus the capital planning committee or CPC, there was significant overlap and duplication. And so we got the folks together in the room from the relevant committees to say, how can we do this better, kind of talk out the projects, so they could hear from, at least on town side projects, from the DPW directly. And that worked so well that first year that in the following year, this Community Preservation Act committee adjusted their timeline and moved it up so they would have their decision-making done, so the capital planning committee would be able to go in and they'd know what projects the CPA had funded, and wouldn't be left wondering, well, we don't want to do this, well, hopefully the CPA will do it. So there wasn't kind of things that would fall through the cracks. So that was, I think, and the other thing is the feedback we've gotten from the 2 committees has been great. We really expanded the amount of information that we've included in our applications.
Yeah,
And I appreciate the softball, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. John, there was a comment brought up at the town meeting this year with one of the community preservation projects, and that was the use of publicly collected funds, which is what CPA money is. It's a surcharge on our taxes for private organizations and to support private organizations' capital requests that fall under the umbrella and allowances of the CPA. Can you just tell me where you see that and what limits you might want to place on that?
Mark, I think you have to weigh that, each application and what benefit to the town that's going to be within the constraints of the guidelines of the CPA, Community Preservation Act is put forward. So I think, again, it's a balancing of the benefit and where those boundaries are.
Any other questions? You can keep your seat because it looks like you're on for the Conservation Commission too.
Yes, sir, yes.
So, and first of all, as we conclude with this, we appreciate you stepping back up to the plate. We know you've had a long, strenuous term. We appreciate you stepping back up to the plate. And sincerely mean that, for citizens to come forth and be willing to serve on the committees. And so we'll close that one down, and we'll make the notification in a couple of weeks, and now we'll go right on the Conservation Commission.
Thank you.
Same man, same type, and same address?
Yes, same, John Bresnahan, 47 Falmouth Road, same man, same time. The only difference is I've been on the Conservation Commission for 17 years as versus 3 months.
No softballs this time?
No softballs.
Okay.
Fire away.
Which term?
Which term do you want to go for? There's
Turns
3
out we
years?
have-
This is a reappointment, so
3 year?
3 years. We have enough, we
Okay.
have enough room for.
We can put you on a 1 year or associate, a 3-year term? You want a
no.
3-year?
I'll,
Okay.
The longest term you'll
Okay.
grant, I'll accept.
Okay, and there's one
And this is a
position.
shout out, we have not had a full commission for several years now,
Right.
so the more folks that apply for this Conservation Commission, the more we'll welcome applicants within the town.
Do I understand that? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so one of the areas in town that the Conservation Commission holds forth on is the meadows. Great resource, but some see it as a potentially untapped resource. You know, whether it be a solar farm or athletic fields, you know, which would be the extremes. Can you talk a little bit to the people in the town, since we've got you on TV here,
Certainly.
about the use of the meadows, what the Conservation Commission would allow, wouldn't allow, can't allow, can't allow?
I didn't realize I'm on TV. Now I have stage fright. I'm not sure I can repeat that. But it's a great asset to the town of Long Meadow to have the conservation lands that are abutting the riverside down there. And we do utilize those in a variety of ways for the benefit of the town, especially those abutting the formerly Fanny Stebbins Wildlife Refuge. That's one of the largest natural forest gallery forests, riparian, in the state or in the area. And so U.S. Fish and Wildlife has taken notice of that. And also we take notice of that. We also have some farming activity down there, and certainly welcome any passive recreation within our conservation lands down there. To change the model that we have there now would take a considerable change in regulations, of course, because it's the old Gassick farm and on the conservation restriction. So we want to maintain that as open space within the town. The more open space the town has, the better for now and for the future.
Thanks. Al?
Sort of along those lines, I'm not sure I understood the last thing you said. You said something about
I'm sorry, it was the old Gassick farm.
Gassick Farm.
Which was
okay.
deeded to us, I'm sorry, more than 17 years ago.
Okay.
So it was just the name of the farm back
Sure.
then.
You know, because one of my dreams is to have a bike path along or near the river that would connect to the Springfield
Right.
one. And of course, you know, there's probably a million reasons why, you know, that's a issue. What would be blocking that from the Conservation Commission standpoint?
Nothing, in my opinion, would block a bike path through those areas. I think that'd be a wonderful way to access the riverfront and, again, connect the bike paths within the area. I think that'd be a wonderful idea. Matter of fact, I believe years ago, the Pine Valley Planning Commission was looking into something along those
Yeah.
lines.
Because, I mean, I assume, I mean, it's all wetlands, right? I mean, you'd have to be,
Not necessarily wetland, it's floodplain, wetland, and bordering vegetated
Okay.
wetland. So there's a lot of different ecosystems down there.
so would it be a matter of putting the bike path in certain areas and not others? Or?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it'd be restrictions, I can't, you're not gonna
Yeah.
steamroll an area.
Right, right.
But the bike paths that I've seen going through Northampton or Amherst have been sensitive to the wetland areas that they cross or pursue through.
All right.
And
But
I assume
you
anything
think-
down there would
But
have
you
the same
think that's
idea.
possible?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Well, why have you here? Last winter was perfect for cross-country skiing, and I did the outer perimeter, and I noticed fairly quickly that the trail is very well maintained. Who maintains trails down there?
So nobody. I shouldn't say it like
Nobody.
that.
I would say I agree with you.
That's kind of a
It's
quick
not-
answer.
not a lot of
Again, there are
people.
two different entities down there. There's a Fanny Stebbins
Yeah.
Wildlife Refuge,
Okay,
and they
yeah.
maintain their trails.
Oh, okay.
And then the conservation has trails, and occasionally we'll have Boy Scout Eagle projects down there maintaining or helping the trails down there.
Okay.
But there's no departmental trail maintenance through the town that I know of.
Okay, so Boy Scouts, well, that's good. Yeah,
Matter of
that's
fact,
a good job for
we're
them.
trying to coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife right now to increase access to our lands, and also Silvio Ponte, or the formerly Fanny Stebbins Wildlife.
Great,
So,
thank you.
so just to follow up on that, because I like to go down there too. I go running and cross country, and I had a similar experience. Usually, you wind up, trying to run through bogs and stuff like that. If somebody wanted to help clear a trail or open up a trail that used to be there, who would they go to?
You'd either come to ourselves, Conservation Commission,
Yeah.
and you're welcome to come to any of our meetings. Anybody
Yeah,
would like to
sure.
do some work down there.
Yeah, okay.
I'd encourage that, and
Yeah,
if it's an
yeah.
improvement to the trail area.
Right.
Or to now, U.S. Fish and Wildlife maintaining the Fanny Stebbins.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Great idea.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
How about if we do the Historic District Commission next? Paula, Robert, and Scott? I'll want all three of you come up, and we'll drag one more chair up. And there's a check-in form, if you could all just one at a time sign your name and address on that. And while you're signing, I guess we'll open it up to the board. This is for the Historic District Commission. And we have a variety of appointments. 5, 6, 7, 8, about 8 appointments. And we have 3 people going. Anybody have any questions tonight?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd just like to ask them one by one what their thoughts are about the extent of the current Historic District Commission, and if there was a thought or work going on to expand it, and under what circumstances, or how would that happen under your tenure on the HDC? I don't know, Scott, why don't you, I don't know if you heard the number.
I don't go first, but I don't know. I mean, the board is, we had our bumps in the last year or so, and we just re-elected a new chairperson, and we're moving forward. I mean, for what we are, I mean, we're a small little committee, we definitely could use a bunch more people, bunch more opinions. But I think we're making progress on a lot of things, hey, trying to preserve the district. I mean, I live in the district, so it's nice to actually have a little say that you can't change your house from white to green or something, try to preserve it. I mean, that's what I like about it. And to move forward, like I said, our bumps in the road, we're trying to figure things out. Stephen came one day to kind of straighten us out a little bit on a couple things. And I think we're making great progress forward.
But in terms of expanding the district to
We're not
include
that far
additional
yet.
houses? Okay. You don't think that's,
It's possible. But I mean, right now, we're all just trying to learn what we're doing. We're not really sure what's going on yet, or what's what, and how things work and this and that, so.
Mr. Lusardi or Mr. Lusardi, what are your comments?
In terms of expanding, I don't know, I think there's enough work, at least in the historic district right now, with some of the issues like the mansion, and then the normal turnover sorts of things in terms of maintaining the district the way it is within cost restraints of owners and so on and so forth. So I've never been on the committee. We are also in the historic district, and we've gone to the meetings bringing forth petitions from that perspective. And I retired 2 years ago, and it's time for me to give back and to learn.
Yeah, I was a member of and the chairman of the committee quite a number of years ago. I think that I agree with everything that's been said by Stephen and Paula. I think the important thing that we want to be sure about is that it not be a commission that lays down harsh rules or rules that make it impossible for people to be able to keep up their homes in times. And so the committee itself really should be collaborative with the people who live within the committee, within the historic district. And if that collaboration works, then the Historic District Commission's doing its duties, and it allows us to maybe at some time expand the historic district. But it's really never. There were years when there was talk about that, and there's certainly other historic districts that could be in the town, but it's really off the streets that are on Long Meadow Street itself. And so hopefully we can first get ourselves lined up and then at some later time go further in expanding things.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question. How about the landscape? Does your group ever have discussions about the streetscape on the green and in the historic district?
Landscape, you mean on the green?
Mm-hmm. The whole historic zone. Does that ever come up as a discussion for the streetscape manual or setting what standards are going to be employed in the district?
Like in your personal home?
No, the common areas.
On the
common
green,
grounds.
like where the memorial is, up in
Common
the green,
ground.
that sort of stuff?
Right.
The only time I've ever seen that, and that became an issue, there was unfortunately a combination or maybe a little idea that two garden clubs came in and did some things, and without getting permission of the commission. And that was simply there were some barrels that they were using and whatnot, and the commission decided not to allow it. But no one's being asked generally to just, if there's planting of flowers, matters like that. I've never seen that type of case at all.
Are you
really,
thinking of
because it's-
something specific?
Well, I was thinking of the whole green area, and it's all a district. I'm not
Well, it's
talking
all
about
the district.
individual homes. I'm talking about the property that's owned by the town, and, you know, a streetscape manual for a certain set of standards that you expect to see, or a written set of standards for everything from the trash cans to the curbing to the tree care to even the aesthetic quality around the trees, the type of mulching that's on, or the lack of mulching. All the amenities in there, all the streets, all the street lights. I mean, there's a lot of elements to that historic zone besides just the homes that scatter around it. The real resource, or the main resource, one of the main resources is the green. And that's a priceless resource. Didn't you find it's the largest green in North America?
And New England.
New England.
So, I mean, it's a prime resource. I was just wondering if you'd had thoughts about it on the commission.
Well, I think everybody will have different ones. Much of it, from my perspective, is that it's more of the green was originally a pasture, and it was where people had their animals.
And businesses.
And businesses also. So, but that's a long time ago. But I think in most of the greens that I've seen over the years, you don't want to make them too
Like
ornamental and not have that sort of basic New England feel in that way. Some of the things we don't, and I wasn't on the committee when any of this happened, but the mulching that you were talking about is really other departments of the town, or at least that's as far as I know. And the three of us haven't been on the committee recently, and
I'm on it right now.
you're on it now?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know of any of any time when that's really been raised, the issue in that sense.
Well, I just think a historic district is just that, it's a historic district, and it goes beyond just the houses, it goes beyond the care of the landscape, the manicured landscape. I was just wondering it, because that green has been there. We certainly aren't gonna bring goats back, at least we
Well,
don't
that's
think we
right.
are, but it's certainly, there is a character that we want to display, and it's a fantastic resource to come into our community, the size of it. And as I said, it is proclaimed in New England, but anyway, I'll let
I mean, I
the
can bring
issue go.
something up at the next meeting and possibly talk about it, but like I said, we're kind of new, we have a new chairperson. We got a lot of learning curve to go through.
Yeah, well, it's just a question.
Yeah, I like it just the way it is.
You can't carry a bathtub across it.
No.
You what?
You'll be arrested if you carry a bathtub across the green. It's one of the town bylaws.
That's one of the
Town
bylaws.
bylaws. It's well worth repeating tonight. I'm glad you brought it. And I did not know that.
I didn't either.
Climbing
Cancel the
trees
bath-
also.
Yeah,
No tree climbing?
No
Yeah, no
tree
trees, right.
climbing without permission.
cancel the bathtub breaks, right?
Good sense.
Okay. Any other questions for the
Well, I was
trio?
just wondering about, as homes age out, is there a point where the historical commission starts to pay attention? Do they have to be over 100 years old or 200 years old? I mean, because I know there's just the district, but then there's other pretty historic homes, Johnny Appleseed's home and so forth. And do you keep track? I know there was a book for a period of time. It was a while back that had all the historic homes listed and.
That's still available.
They still have that.
Yeah, right, but that, I mean, that was like, that's been out, what, 20,
Unless you're
25
in,
years?
only homes in the district, which is set by statute,
Yeah,
are under the jurisdiction of the Historic District Commission. Now,
Okay.
we have an historic commission
and they're different. They
who
would
has other authorities, but the Historic District Commission
just the
only
district.
can manage the modifications or revisions to homes within the district. And we did add, I think, 2 homes 3 years ago. Was it 2 years
Almost
ago?
from
But
like
they were
Mill Meadow
off the
to
green.
the end of the
They were off the green, but
Yeah,
they were added to the Historic Commission, and it made it non-continuous, I think.
Yeah.
Contiguous, but
all right. So is there an age issue that, like, will homes, have we added any homes to the, to your list of historic homes?
Well, we haven't, since we
No,
haven't been
not
there.
that I know
so,
of.
Yeah.
I just know like from Wheel Meadow to like almost Bernie is the district and the houses on the green fall in our,
That's it.
under us. But the rest of the town, there's also houses as you go out towards Springfield. There's houses that way.
Like
They're
the
all-
South Park area.
Yeah, they're all
That's really
numbered.
kind of a cool area.
There's actually numbers of the house. Like if you look on the house with the star, there's a number.
Right,
If
yeah,
you go on the map, we'll tell you what the house is, a little history of it.
okay,
You're welcome to come over to our house and I'll give you the whole history.
okay, thank you.
Tell them to bring donuts, right?
Oh, no, we're all on diets.
Okay.
I can bring fruit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
bring
with so
fruit.
many people applying for your commission, you must have good parties, that's all I can imagine.
Like me personally, I'd like to see more activity on the green, like Long Meadow Days. They used to have concerts. I mean, to utilize the town green. West Springfield utilizes it a lot for town concerts and this and that.
talk to the
but-
Cultural Council. Seriously, they've got, not a lot of money, but they've got some resources, and that'd be a great coordination between
Because
the,
Long Meadow Days is great. I mean, yeah, it's right across the street from my house, but the rest of the year it just sits dormant. It's like, we should be doing something more.
talk to the Cultural Commission.
But they have concerts
They haven't had them in a while.
over the summer,
Mark-
no more?
Long time, no.
Parks and Rec didn't have the money.
How many years? 2?
Couple, 2 or 3.
Any
Yeah.
other questions for the group tonight?
But thank you for coming forward to
Yeah,
serve.
thank you.
And again.
Thank you for willing to serve.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad he's on there,
Thank
because
you.
he knows it all.
Have a good night, folks.
Thank you.
Pete? Tree Committee.
I'm Pete Bouvier, 57 Cheshire Drive. I'm here for the tree committee. There should be 2 of us, but the other one is unable to make it because of family illnesses. So we're down to 3 on the committee now who are public, and only 2 on one of the DPW and the Parks Commission. But I think what we're going to ask for is a little break from carrying on the committee until we have a new tree warden who will be appointed to the tree committee, and to find out what his plans are for the committee. We also were down 2 members, which I've already got several names have requested to come to the committee, and they'll have to submit their applications at the next time we have candidates. But I think we should have a pretty active committee afterwards, and we're looking for people who have a great interest in caring for the trees of Long Meadow.
Anything else, Peter?
No,
Okay.
in fact,
Does anybody have any questions for Peter? I have.
I do.
Go ahead, Alex.
So, the tree, what, could you, one of the things that, I've been a little unclear on, believe it or not, and I've been here 2 years, is what exactly the tree committee does and how that sort of, or how you do deal with the tree warden. Could you just explain that a little bit more?
okay, sure. The tree committee was established right after Mike Rabel became a tree warden, and it basically was just to be an adjunct to him, although we had set up a mission statement and plans that were pretty aggressive, more than was really necessary, and we didn't always have the people on the committee who were had education in trees. But the point is that the committee was just supposed to help Mike make his decisions. Namely, what we were trying to do was help him do an inventory of all the town trees to identify the hazardous and dying trees in town. And we helped them as we could on that as it went along. But initially, there wasn't a lot of money in the budget for trees. And the tree budget included all the other issues in town, not just trees. And for the first several years, the budgets were used mainly for storms and other issues that didn't address the town trees themselves. And it wasn't until after the 2011 storm that a real interest was taken in the town trees, after we lost almost 1,600 trees. And of course, along with the trees, we had a lot of stumps left over, which had not been taken care of. But since that time, there's been, thanks to the select board, quite a bit of money set aside to take care of town trees. And they've, the DPW had a very aggressive stump grinding, and they've been quite aggressive in taking out hazardous trees in the last several years. And which is really still a major problem in the town, the hazardous trees. And the trees are aging. Many of them are silver maple. Many of them are aging Norway maples, which are prone to disease and prone to start breaking apart. So that's why there's been an aggressive program to try to address those trees, and it's still going to be going on for some years. The major drawback is that we've taken out a lot more trees than we've planted. Right. And there are a lot of sites that are lacking trees right now that would be nice to get the trees started.
So recently there was a bunch of notices to take down trees on Farmington. I don't know if you knew this.
I'm familiar with
it. So there were objections made, and that's going to come before our board at some point. Did the tree committee have any part of that process?
No, there was no. That wasn't part of the tree committee process.
Okay.
That was done by the engineering department in relation to addressing the sidewalk issues in town.
Right.
And a lot of those trees were posted not in the sense that they were to be cut down, but they were posted as a notice to inform the public that those trees might have to come down if the sidewalk had to be repaired. So they weren't just slated to come down.
But it sounds like the tree committee didn't, like you guys didn't really have anything to do with that process.
We don't, that's the tree warden's decision to post a tree for hearing.
Okay.
So
that process of posting a tree for hearing, do you guys ever come into play at any point?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
That's always been his prerogative as a tree warden.
All right. And so the other question I had is, you know, the process by which people can plant trees in front of their houses. You know, we've had some discussion about this, and it sounds like the town manager and the DPW director, the tree warden, has to sort of go and approve things on a tree-by-tree basis.
That's in the bylaws.
Right. But do you guys have anything to do with that?
We haven't in the past, but we'd like to do it in the future, because it is in the bylaws that you have to get permission from the tree warden to plant a tree in front of your house. The problem with that is, and if you can go around town, you can see the problem, is that putting the wrong tree in the wrong place. There's a couple of places that they've planted trees which are going to grow up eventually to be 50, 60 feet tall underneath the wires. Wrong tree, wrong place. There are plenty of trees. We did establish selected trees for planting in the underneath the wires and on narrow tree belts. But that's all. The thing is, people do it, and there's no enforcement of the bylaw, so they go ahead and stick that tree in. Of course, it's better to have a tree than not have a tree in some places. So we don't. No one objects to that. It's just the when it gets in the wrong tree in the wrong place, because eventually, if you plant a multi-trunk tree in a narrow tree belt, it's going to tip over into the street and into the sidewalk, and have to be trimmed, which will make it ugly. One of the things I have to say that the tree warden has done is established a pretty aggressive tree pruning program in town, which has really helped the byways quite a bit. It looks like the dickens when they do it in the wintertime because the trees aren't growing, but if you noticed along Maple Road between Frank Smith and Shaker, they've done a wonderful job down along that area pruning up the trees, and they're coming back and looking much better. So thanks to the select board setting aside more money, they've had a much better program trying to protect the trees we have and taking care of the ones that are dying and becoming hazardous.
So the 50 feet thing that you were just describing, I hadn't heard that before, because some of our trees, like, you know, huge majestic trees, they're almost like a canopy over the street.
Yeah.
And I take it your view would be that if you have wires, which we have on most of our streets, that would be inappropriate.
Well, one of the things that happens when you have wires in the street, if you drive down any of the streets that have large maples and large, trees where they've got a big V cut in them to get them out of the wires, and also, where they have a pine tree where they shave off one side, well, that puts the tree out of balance. But the V thing is, it just creates more problems for the tree itself, in the sense that it's more open to fungus and insect invasion, and it's very difficult for it has to be pruned severely all the time. So, and it costs the utility companies, and plus it also causes a tree to be imbalanced. It could fall on the person's lawn or fall on the street. It creates more hazard trees. Whereas if you take a tree that's not going to grow as high, there are numerous trees you can buy in species which only grow up to 30, 40 feet, and can be pruned more aggressively by the utilities.
Anybody else have any questions for Pete?
Well, in terms of like invasive insects like longhorn Asian beetles and so forth, does your committee, I mean, we've been lucky, I guess, we haven't seen, or have
we've advised, we have discussions with the tree warden on it from our seminars we attend, but that is something that's his responsibility too. Again, also it's his responsibility as insect control underneath the state law, and his department checks for them. Of course, Asian longhorn beetle and the new one, the really bad one, is going to attack the town when it's going to come, is going to be the emerald ash borer, which kills ash trees very aggressively. We've done a survey, and at the best we can acknowledge, there's only 84 ash trees on town property. I mean, in the sense, street trees. So that's not a large number of ash trees that we'd have to lose when it does come. And the cost of protecting those trees is prohibitive because you have to use the insecticides, pesticides to maintain any trees. But I don't believe we have any particular specimen tree, ash tree, that would be of interest to us. But the Asian longhorn beetle, that's pretty much, as far as I know, been contained to Worcester County and that small area outside Boston. But the emerald ash borer is now throughout the Berkshires and also up in the North Andover area. And it's an aggressive spreader. But that is his responsibility, and he does monitor trees.
Right.
I just have to thank you. I've sat with you several times and spoken, and as you hear tonight, you have incredible knowledge, and not just about the trees, but about longmeadow trees. And I know you've spent years volunteering and helping out and caring for our trees and trying to educate the town about what's happening with our trees. And one of the things I know that's of concern is regards to the committee and bylaws and things we need to really get our tree program up and going. So if anyone on the board is interested in working on an ad hoc committee on what we need in ways of our tree program, Mr. Berbia has some fabulous ideas on what the next step is and to really bring us up to where some of the other towns in the Commonwealth are. Because trees of Longmeadow, we saw how much damage can occur with just overnight. And we really need to care for our trees. And I know the select board considered it important. We made it a line item for tree planting to really start to restore those trees. So thank you for your service.
Okay. Thank you.
And of course, we would love to have you on. I would love to have you on the tree committee.
Thank you, Marie.
Thanks for coming out.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Town manager report.
Is that everybody?
That's all.
Yeah, nobody else is here.
I was out of town for a couple of days last week, so I was not able to file a new town manager report, but we did have the report from June 1st that we did not meet, so I was not able to give, but I did want to provide a brief update on a couple of things. I think, as I've mentioned before, there is a retirement party for the 3 departing department heads, the 3 retiring department heads, the police chief, the fire chief, and the DPW director. That'll be at Twin Hills. Tickets are available. They can call or come by the select board office, and they are available for purchase for $20.
What's the date on that?
It's Thursday the 30th. It's from 6:30 to 9:30 at Twin Hills.
And that's open to the general public?
Yes, it will ticket.
Okay.
Purchase of a ticket.
Yeah, $20 ticket, but it is open to general public.
Yeah, anyone can come by and purchase a ticket.
Okay.
In advance.
Good.
So, and just to give you an update on that process, we are fire chief finalists were selected by MRI, Municipal Resources Inc., a consultant who's done, helped facilitate many department head searches, helped many communities find police, fire chiefs, town managers, town administrators. So they're a very experienced firm, and we received 28 applications really from across the country. 13 applicants were invited to submit written responses. They did telephone interviews with 9 of those, and 6 finalists have been forwarded for interviews that'll be taking place in the next week or so.
Sorry, how many?
6 interviews.
Okay, I thought I heard you say something about 3. 3 was, no.
No.
Okay, 6 interviews.
These numbers are all in the report from the first.
So they had 28, that was a pretty good response.
Pretty good response.
Yeah. That was nationwide?
Nationwide.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of internal candidates, so both of those are going to be interviewed.
Okay.
And then we are interviewing for, we received a smaller number of applications for the DPW director, 8, but they were really a highly qualified pool of applicants, and we've selected, I believe, 6 of those. And I've assembled an interview committee, including really the primary stakeholders that interact most often with the DPW, the Parks and Rec Department, recycling coordinator, representative for the school, from the school department, and as well as a DPW director in East Long Meadow, who I've become familiar with for work on a couple of regional issues. And we'll be having those interviews in the next week or so as well. In fact, this week, some scheduled for this week. And then, I think we talked about the police chief. Will be more of it. We're looking more internally at this time in the police department for the next chief. We did have what's called a professional development assessment center. That was today, where MRI came in and did various exercises with 4 of the superior officers. And so even though that's not really a factor in the promotional process, it was a good analysis of the superior officers, who we have and what their skills are. And I've gotten very positive feedback from MRI about the quality of our department, and I think affirming that there's great candidates in-house for chief and other positions. So I would expect, quite honestly, that we will be making offers of employment and negotiating contracts for select board approval by the end of this month, and either July 6th or the meeting after, bring in some contracts for consideration for possibly all 3 positions. They should 2 would be contracts. Fire and police chiefs are industry standards that they're on contracts, whereas DPW directors are just subject to appointment. But the appointment is subject to confirmation by the select board, like all department heads. So I would anticipate that being the first meeting in July or the 2nd.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. Stephen, did you establish with either with MRI or without MRI, the selection criteria for these positions in advance? Is that something you'd share with us, just so we can see the kinds of things that you deem as most important as we're looking for something?
Well, we reviewed the job descriptions, and when we got notice, we reviewed all the job descriptions for the 3 positions and made some adjustments to them, but I feel like the positions were pretty well defined. An MRI had a candidate profile that they produced, and I'd be happy to share that.
Did they make a candidate profile up on all the positions, Steve?
No, they only managed the search for the police chief.
Just managed the chief.
I mean, sorry, fire chief.
Fire chief, yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought you said MRI said that we had good police candidates?
They did an assessment center where they just basically did an evaluation of the skills of the police department superior officers. That's a completely separate agreement and process from doing the search for the fire department.
Okay.
They do all different kinds of stuff, but so we did the assessment in the police department, and then they did manage an actual search for the fire chief.
It was my understanding that all the superior officers that wished to be evaluated were evaluated?
Yes.
For what? Which are you?
In this assessment?
In the police
For the
department.
police.
Yeah, for the police, right.
So, I guess my reaction to this, and I think, I would encourage us to, and I understand there's contractual obligations to look first at internal candidates for the police, but there's such a wealth of experience out there, and there's also value in the kind of experience that people get outside of a police department like Long Meadow. Police departments that have high rates of crime, that take on challenges that aren't typical in Long Meadow. I see this all the time. When I was in Washington or take even Springfield. A new officer in Washington, D.C. is making arrests after, it's a nightly thing. And as they pick up time over they graduate to more and more serious crimes, all the way up to murders. And, they just take on bigger and bigger challenges. I think a few years ago, I think we had candidates who applied, I think the last time, like federal law enforcement. There's some really good people out there in federal law enforcement. There's really good people who have state police experience. To sort of, only consider people who've had this, experience, professional experience, I think really does limit the kind of talent that we can get.
Yeah, Marie.
So you said you would give us the MRI candidate profile for the fire chief. And on the selection criteria, job descriptions, could we see the other ones? Will that also flesh it out a bit on what we're looking for?
Which ones?
For the DPW?
Yeah, the 3 job descriptions, yeah.
So you'll send all 3 to us? Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just, I was just going to change gears here a little bit. I don't know if
Okay.
anybody has any other questions about the department heads. I was just reading through all the monthly reports that were forwarded to us, and I just think I need to acknowledge that in one of the reports, and it's the Parks and Rec Department, Barry Jarvis's work in the last year of turning around the revolving fund at the Park and Rec Department. Last year, this time, we were watching the value of the revolving fund precipitously decline and wondering where the money all went to. And I know the Parks and Rec Department's not intended to make a profit, but I think that we need to have a healthy revolving fund, and I think it's worth noting that the revolving fund has recovered to where it was, or nearly recovered to where it was a couple of years ago, and I wanted to make that acknowledgement. The other thing that I read that I wanted to just comment about, because I think people need to hear it, and that is in our finance department's report. There is a report that now although I don't believe the state budget has yet finally been passed, it will be in the next, well, it's going to have to be in the next 2 weeks, or it will be shortly. But even in the versions that are likely to be passed, the state aid to the town of Longmeadow will be above the conservative estimates we put into our budget. I think that's testimony to the budget preparation process that we had, but it also, I hope, leads to an opportunity for the select board to, when it comes time to setting tax rates, to set our tax rates a little bit below the 2.5% maximum that the law allows us to go up. We've had some discussion about tax rates over the last couple of months and the increasing tax rates, and I know there's alternatively a great desire to say, gee, now we've got this extra state money, what can we do with it? But rather than have it, as the old expression goes, burn a hole in our pocket, I'd love to see us consider actually cutting the tax rate to town residents. But again, I think that's the action there is a testimony to what's gone on with our finance preparation, our budget preparation. I just wanted to point those out.
Okay. Any other comment? Marie?
It's not a comment, it's just a request. You might be doing it already, but actually Mark sort of reminded me about the reporting to the capital planning. We had that new policy, and it included sending reports throughout the year, and you sent a fabulous report to Mark, and just want to make sure that goes to capital planning.
Well, the spreadsheet went to the spreadsheet we get monthly that the departments track their spending and capital projects. Which you'd seen, the capital planning committee wanted more of a narrative, and I did talk to the chair of the capital planning committee today, and we will be transmitting the monthly report for June, which is usually involves a little more activity as we get more in the construction season, and I'll be meeting with them in July sometime to go over that.
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Not to mean that all the reports aren't fantastic as usual. I think I talked to you offline. I didn't realize how much business was going to our veteran service officer. I looked at his monthly stats and also the very robust report that the chief of police put in this time. It sort of really shows what's going on in our community. I was surprised how much business.
The police?
Yeah. The police report.
You're saying that's a robust report?
It had all the stats on how many different things that they've done this month. How many arrests and how many car breaks, and
well,
it was quite an analysis.
An analysis? I mean,
well,
it says 9 arrests. You don't even know what
No, you're not
for.
Well, I read down the list. How many items are on the list?
I mean, there's a bunch of lists, but I mean, so arrests. I'm very interested in that, but we have no idea what people are arrested for. I mean, this is exactly the format we've talked about before.
You don't like that report, then?
No, we really have very little idea of what's going on.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know the types of crimes that are being committed. We don't know how many investigations are going on. We don't know what the trends are. I mean,
Okay. Well, that's why we have those professionals to come in and advise us, I would hope. I thought it was a pretty good report. It showed a lot more activity than I thought was going on in our town. Of course, you can go more detail. Maybe I'll remove the robust report aspect of it.
well, I mean, I thought there was an acknowledgement that it was the police reports are, compared to everything else, pretty sparse, you know, and deliberately so.
Okay.
Yeah, there's two.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, David?
I know it was noted, the teachers' contract, and actually, I think the school committee has reached contract agreements with almost all of its bargaining units, but the teachers are obviously the biggest union, I think, in any town department, so the contract is a big cost driver, and they were able to reach an agreement that was approved by the school committee and ratified by the union, so the 3-year agreement for the next 2 fiscal years is done. That's done within budget, and like anything, you know, both sides won some, lost some, and you know, everybody walked away.
That has been ratified now.
It has been. That's all signed, sealed, delivered. That's just about it for me. I think we're going to have the Regional Dispatch Center come in here in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I look forward to the board hearing that
Yeah,
presentation.
we want to go through, I've talked to to our recording secretary about the minutes, and
She had asked for some questions for follow-up from the last meeting, and I'd get that today. I haven't followed back up with it.
Right, I pestered her before you got in, so. Do you want to do the Quinnipiac now?
Sure.
And we're going to hold the long-term capital till after the regional dispatch?
Yes, or
Okay.
later.
Okay. So Quinnipiac Road discussion is up.
Okay. I requested this to be on because the original motion asked that there be a temporary closure of the road until July 1st. And since I'm putting forward a motion, I'm making it written to make it easier for people to see. And
See or hear.
yeah, or see or hear. Well, I always like to see things. And I move that the temporary closure of Quinnipiac Road be extended until that time that there can be a final decision whether there will be a permanent changes in the public way.
I'd like, is there a second?
Oh,
Second for discussion.
I mean,
Okay.
I'll give it back.
They need
And
a copy.
as I said, the initial motion for closure allowed for closure only till July 1st. If the select board and their town decides to make the closure permanent, it cannot be done by July 1st. And I'm saying that whether you believe that it has to go in front of town meeting, or whether you believe, we got a memo in that says the select board can do it with certain steps that have to be done, and that none of that can be done by the 1st. So it's in the public interest that we keep the status quo until a final solution can be determined, and if determined, acted upon. Therefore, I'm asking for your support on this motion.
Okay. Discussion?
Yeah, I had a question, and I've gotten some contact from members of Quinnipiac Road and the public, and there's a perception that we're doing some traffic counts. I haven't really heard anything of the status. I assume that traffic counts would be going on, we would be getting that kind of data prior to making a final decision. But, so I guess my question is to the town manager, where does that stand?
We have the data. I just don't think the reports have been generated yet.
So, and could you just tell us generally what it measures without saying?
I honestly, I haven't seen
You
it.
don't know,
I
okay.
haven't seen it.
No, not the numbers, but what we are measuring. That I think was out.
I think we were measuring the increase in traffic on Wolf Swamp and Frank Smith,
Okay.
not on
Okay, that's
Quinnipiac.
what I was.
I thought that was Al's.
Yeah, we're increasing traffic. I mean, anecdotally, we haven't heard of substantially longer queuing at that four-way stop sign. Actually, anecdotally, we've heard that the intersection of Shaker and, Maple and Frank Smith has seen reduced traffic. And so the cars that were taking that pathway have found a different route. You know,
Right.
the question was, where are these, 900 odd cars gonna go in the morning and the evening? They didn't go to the four-way stop sign by and large. So they found another way to go, this is why we'd recommend the temporary closing to begin with, because we weren't sure what would happen. I think there has been some increased traffic at the stop sign, but as Pioneer Valley Planning Commission told us, the intersection level of service could handle the increased traffic, and everything I've heard if it wasn't that way, I am positive I would have heard about it, but I have not, so.
Yeah, I mean, what I've heard anecdotally is there seems to be a sort of a general drop-off of traffic.
In that whole area, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I support this because I was in favor of the original motion for the temporary closure. I think it would be counterproductive to the original motion to allow July 1st to come without us having the full information on a permanent closure. So I guess I would ask Marie, it seems like we ought to put a time limit on this, instead of until that, know what I mean? Like,
the reason I'm saying there's no time limit is I think there's still a conflict on how a permanent decision can be made. I know that according to this, from the, who is it, Copeland and Page, they feel it can be done by the select board.
Right.
It can be also done by bylaw.
Right.
So whether the select board wants to do it by bylaw or wants to do it by the select board, we really haven't had that discussion. So for me to say by September 1st, we still might not have a final decision if we decided to go by bylaw, so then we're gonna have to kick it out again. And I think instead of wasting our time in saying, we should just say, until we make a decision. I think this board is committed to following up and making a decision on what they're going to be doing with that. And then once they make that decision, how that will go about will be the second part. So that's why I'm leaving it a little open. And if you're saying, well, this is indefinite, well, that would be depending on the actions of this board. And I think, I think that we would be remiss by not really following through and making a final decision on this.
no, I agree with you in substance completely. I mean, I guess, I think of motions as something that, mandate a fairly specific action. So, I would suggest that, we make the extension for 2 months, with the idea that that be enough time. And maybe within those 2 months, maybe before the 2 months we'll be ready.
The 2 months would not be ready, because if you've decided you've got to do it by bylaw, that means you need to do it by the end of town meeting, which town meeting's in the end of November, so
But we
that's not
may
2
decide
months.
we don't want to do it on bylaw, and then,
Yeah, but then you have to extend it again.
which doesn't
Yeah.
bother me.
I think then you're leaving the people wondering, is this board going to act on it, or is it going to skip it? And I say, if you want to have a time limit on it, I'll say 2 years. And then in 2 years, we better made a decision. But I'm not amending my motion.
Okay, I'm gonna offer an amendment to the motion then. I'm going to remove the temporary and that this board move forward with start procedures for permanent closure on Quinnetuck Road as of tonight.
Well, does that mean it opens up July 1st?
Nope. You can add anything you want. I'm just saying we're tired of doing temporary. Let's get going with the process. There's a process that must be followed, and we're not following it.
Well, then I would say you'd have to say that the road will remain closed until the final process on permanent closure is completed.
Word it however you want, but I think that we gotta remove the temporary and say that we're going for permanent closure and start the process.
That sounds fine to me, as long as it's not opening July 1st.
Go ahead. Is that an amendment?
Yeah.
How would you
However
word
you
it?
want to, however you
what
want to
exactly
word your
is the
protection
amendment?
of the road until that determination's made, but I think we no longer continue. We're not even, I don't even think we're legal in what we're doing to start with. And I don't see any support for it, so why don't we quit playing games on it and let's get it on track for permanent closure.
That permanent closure,
Wait, see, that doesn't make any, because if you remove the word temporary, it says I move the permanent closure be extended. So we don't have,
or
You'd
you
have, you'd have to rewrite the whole thing to say, I move that Quinnetuck Road remain closed while the select, pending a permanent solution to be acted upon by the select board.
Yeah, starting now.
yeah, I guess I'm not sure what motion you're actually making, because
What I'm doing, I'm saying, let's quit playing games on Quinnetuck Road, and let's go for a permanent closure, and vote that the board is in favor of a permanent closure, so the legal process can start. This process is not started yet. We're playing games on something, and we're likely on shaky ground. I can't find anything that warrants it what we're doing on a temporary closure. There's not an emergency on the road. It's not a, I can't find anything in the guidance. So
Wait a minute,
why
the
aren't you?
supplemented page
Wait a
doesn't
minute,
do
why
that.
aren't you gonna go for a permanent closure?
No,
What's wrong?
No, I'm
I
looking
just
to
wanna see the
amend to what you
information.
recommended.
Okay.
I move the closure of Quinnetuck Road be extended while permanent closure is decided.
Right,
Is that fine?
and that's gonna set a timetable. We're gonna get this thing going.
Okay, so are you happy with that wording?
I'm happy.
So do I withdraw my original motion and put in a new one?
He hasn't gotten a second for his.
No, there's no second on mine.
Okay.
So you drew yours?
No,
It's sitting waiting for a second.
Okay.
Well, so why permanent closure is decided is basically the same,
Mhm.
it does the same
Okay, well,
thing, it
let's see if
keeps it
there's-
closed.
Let's see if there's a second that which board wants to move
Okay,
forward
I
with a
move-
permanent proposal.
Okay, let's,
Wait, just hold on. He's
I've
offering.
gotta get a second.
But I'm not sure, could you read what your motion is?
Yes, please.
okay, read,
I strictly have thrown into the puzzle that we discontinue the temporary closure language and state that this board is going to move forward with the paperwork and procedures required for a permanent closure. And if you would like to add that we'll leave the road closed until that point, that's fine, because there are timetables attached to what we're gonna have to do on the permanent basis.
I think that's basically the same thing that I was requesting.
You were requesting a temporary closure. That does not
that you
start the
extended.
process.
Okay, so, if we amend what I'm saying, is you could cross out temporary,
Mhm.
and you're saying the wording, I move the closure of Quinnetuck Road be extended while permanent closure is pursued.
We
and
could say until
decided.
permanent, but I don't want to say until permanent. I want to say this board tonight is stating that we are going to start the official process.
While permanent closure process begins.
Yeah, we're not saying until that, we're starting the process tonight.
I don't have a problem with that.
But my motion or my amendment has not been seconded.
Well, I'll second it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll
now
second
we're in discussion. We've had a lot of discussion.
Well, I think you're saying the same thing I'm saying, which is, I'd be glad to have permanent closure begin now.
Well, then,
Yeah.
let's word it that way, yeah.
I'm going to speak against the amendment. On Marie's original motion made a little bit of sense to me only because there was a deadline of July 1st, and it's clear that we weren't getting our data before July 1st. And it would have been, I agree, kind of strange to, open it on July 1st and then do something else. On the other hand, we've been going through this process without any data at all. We closed it before we got data, and now we're going to permanently close it and still have no data. And the process was, and if we're going to have a process and do things the right way, we're getting data, let's look at the data. There's no secret that I voted against temporarily closing it. I'm not convinced we should be closing public ways like this, but certainly to close it without having looked at the data seems to me to be extraordinarily premature.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that, we spent a lot of time and a lot of effort collecting data both before the road was temporarily closed and now that the road has been temporarily closed. And we owe it to 15,000 residents of the town of Longmeadow to make a judgment based on data and not based on who makes the most phone calls to us or who's doing that. And I think we had created a process. Once again, we're not following this process that we created, which is to go out and get the data. So I'm going to certainly speak against Mr. Foster's amendment, and I have to say that I tended to agree with Alex Grant that we ought to put a 60 or 90-day extension on this to at least decide. And you know what, if we've got to come back in 60 days because we realize that the majority of people want to close it permanently and the process requires a bylaw and it gets us through till the town meeting and sees what they do, that's all well and good with me. But I don't think we just have this open-ended extension without a timetable or process to push it along. So I'm voting against the current amendment, and I think we need to adjust this original motion a little bit.
Okay.
All right, well, as a person who seconded it, I just like to show this. I know you said you could put this up on the screen, but I asked Stephen Crane to give me this map of town here, and So here we have beautiful town of Long Meadow. And, it's almost a square. And we look in this little corner, this square over here is Quinnetuck. And there's, for me, it's like no reason that there should be much debate about closing that corner off. Because I can't imagine anyone needed to go into that corner unless they had business in that corner. And so, what I've heard from Stephen in the beginning of this process was that, the easiest way to solve this problem is to close that road, and it sounds like preliminary measurement of traffic is saying that, gee, we close that and.
Tom, you can't say it sounds like anything. There is no data yet. And if you've got data that I don't have, well, no, if you've got data, share it with us. You don't have the data.
The only data I have is this map.
You don't have data.
The quorum.
You don't have data.
Right.
The quorum.
You don't have data.
This is a kind of
He doesn't have data.
information.
We're quoting data that we don't have.
Possibility.
It's pretty clear that it's a corner of town that no one really needs to go through to get to anywhere except the corner of town. So I will support the motion.
That's fine.
My purpose, for the record, is I've not had any phone calls from any resident in this town on Quinnetuck Road since the first time that I said I was not in favor of closing, for the record. And we've got Quinnetuck people here tonight, I'm sure they will say, no, we refuse to talk to Mr. Foster. And that's fine. But we have business of the board and business of the town to handle. And there is a process that this road is going to have to go through if it's even to be considered for permanent closure. We're doing the temporary closure. I can't find anything myself that that legalizes what we're doing.
You mean right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't find anything that, well, okay, I've got the floor.
Sorry.
I said I can't find it, okay? This process has got to go through the planning board, and then it has to go to town meeting. And if we don't start it, it's never going to get there. And we cannot allow this thing to drift on and get up close to the town meeting and us fail in the deadlines of being able to get it through the legal process. Stephen, do you agree with what I've said on what the process it's got to go through?
I hesitate to add confusion. There's the hesitation. Now I'll go ahead and add the confusion. There are two things at play which I think have led to some of the confusion about what the process is. And there's closing the road, meaning physically putting the barriers up, and then there's abandoning the right-of-way, which is giving up the town's permanent easement to have the road there. You can give up the right-of-way and leave the asphalt open, or you can block the road and keep the right-of-way. And there's a couple of different ways to explore that. One requires town meeting vote, as I think Joel laid out, which is the right-of-way abandonment. But the select board, I believe, can take the action to close the road.
By special regulation
By special
or a
regulation
bylaw.
Or a bylaw.
I have no idea what special regulation means, but I know what a bylaw is.
Well, we certainly will go back to Copeland and Page and town council
Right.
for guidance on what the right thing
But
to do
I'm
is.
serious.
And it is fairly unprecedented. It doesn't happen all that often, but there are towns that do this when traffic conditions, mandate something. I have said from the first day I brought this forward that I was, there was a several hundred-page report driven largely by our concern about precedent setting. And through all the analysis, I've always said to anybody who's asked, I think Quinnetuck's situation is unique. Quinnetuck as a cut-through street is not like Linwood or Ellington or Hopkins Place. It's a different situation, and I do believe that there are times where even though you want to be as consistent with the application of policy in government as possible, there are times where you just have to do things differently for different situations, and I think that the results that we've seen anecdotally, and we will get the reports to justify that, and I apologize that we don't have them. There were 4 or 5 traffic issues that came up at the same time, and we've had the counters out nonstop for about 6 weeks, and I need to get the reports back, kind of prepare a more detailed analysis of several of them. But anecdotally, it seems to have worked to have its intended effect, and it did not create a downstream traffic problem. But I'm positive that if we closed Hopkins Place, it would absolutely create a downstream traffic or an upstream traffic problem for one of the other streets that run perpendicular to Long Meadow Street. And that's why this is unique. So I think in terms of what you said, Richard, and how we should proceed, I think Marie's motion is fine as it stands. I think the amendment also, as a statement of commitment to a certain course of action by the board, also would get us in the direction we need to go. It's just really, what's the board's willingness to just say right now, we are leaving it closed because we are going to close it permanently, versus we are leaving it closed until we figure out what our options are. I mean, they're two different policy statements, and that's, to me, what these things boil down to. The main motion versus the amended motion, or versus the amendment offered.
Rich?
Yeah.
So, and I'm sorry for interjecting, just.
No, that's fine.
But, the reason why
I normally let you get away with it.
Well, because the only reason why I was interjecting, because you and I and a couple of planning board members
Mhm.
had sat down months ago.
Right.
We went over the legal opinions. There was never any doubt, according to Copeland and Page, that the select board had the authority to close the road. The thing that's in our packet says the same thing.
Mhm.
The statute says that, case law says it, and then you made reference to the planning board. The planning
Mhm.
board has said that they have no role in this.
Yeah, there's two stories going around.
I mean, I've got it in writing.
Oh,
I mean,
I
I'll
know
forward
you've got
to
it in
you.
writing from one person, and the other person says it reads the regulations differently. The
Who's
fact
that?
that we don't have an official map, so it falls under the planning
Wait a
board.
minute, who's saying that?
With the past chair,
Meaning,
meaning who was the past chair? Walter Gunn.
Well, that's
I
the
didn't-
thing, that the planning board issue comes to the issue of right-of-way.
No, it
versus
comes with a closure.
I don't know that I think that the planning board's involved in the right-of-way abandonment, but not the closure. According to, and again, it's a confusing issue.
Okay, well, why don't we
The-
just stop the debate? There's no debate. I'm proposing that we go for permanent closure on the road. And then we made the statement, and we'll let the lawyers figure out exactly what has to happen.
Fair
And
enough.
we'll quit playing with the issue. Because there's a lot of opinions, and whichever story you want, but there's nothing contrary to that. That's a firm statement. And your considerations will be brought into full-fledged, because there's no way the board can close the road if we voted ourselves without all that information being brought forth, and without us having enough debate time, Mark. That's gonna come out. It's gonna have to come out, and I agree, it needs to come out. But I think we need to stop playing games with it and go forward with a permanent closure request.
A comment on the amendment?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, what I said was, well, final decision can be made whether there will be permanent changes in the public way. You are actually saying that while permanent closure process begins.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying we're moving into that direction, so I don't have any trouble with the amendment.
Because someone is going to have, if we have the authority to do that, this board is going to have to vote after they have all the data brought before them. And there's a lot of discussion right now on what's the proper process, and now it's likely time we find out what the real process is.
Richard,
Yeah.
what happens if the data that's brought before us is contrary to closing?
Then you know what my vote will be.
Well, so why are we saying we're gonna pursue closure? Why don't we say, as Marie had, until we find out where we're gonna go, until we make that final decision?
Mhm.
But if you're making an a priori decision, we're going for closure without having the data, that's what's annoying me.
Okay.
I mean, let's wait till we got the data. I understand we're gonna make that decision. I see where this freight train's going. But
Right.
I want the freight train to be loaded with fuel as opposed to just running on fumes, which is where it's going. We have no data at all.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stand in front of a freight train. I get it. But to say we know what we're gonna do without any data is concerning to me, that's all.
So what is your recommendation?
I thought Marie's original motion was intended to, look, let's not let July 1st come and go. you know, and have the DPW, because July 1st came, have to take down barricades while we're still trying, just leave them up there while we get the data and sort through the data. I'm hoping we can do that in early July, and we wouldn't know where we want to do. And then in July, we say, what does the data say? What's the will of the board? What's the will of anybody else? You make a directional vote as soon as you've got that data with you, and then you move forward. And if the direction is we're going to go toward long-term permanent closure, then you say, okay, we're going to keep this temporary in place while we implement it. But if the vote in July is the data doesn't support long-term closure, or people have a change of mind, or it snows in July, we'll say, okay, that's the time to take down the barricades. But we shouldn't have, the way things stand now is, on July 1st, the DPW is supposed to show up and take down those barricades. And that's just dumb to do. And so all Marie, I thought, was trying to do was saying, look, let's not do something dumb while we're getting the data. While we're getting the data. Not before we have the data, and not an a priori decision, we know what that data says. I understand that Stephen's got an idea where it's going.
But you realize the original motion had nothing to do with getting the data. It strictly was close it temporarily.
No, the original data said that the temporary closure be extended until there can be a final decision. I assume that final decision
See, I don't know what
was going to be based upon. Well,
I know, that's an assumption.
Well, I'm going to continue to insist that the final decision be based on data.
And I made the assumption that the final decision didn't mean anything because it's not defined, because the original closure report didn't have any stipulations on what this man was supposed to bring back to this board for consideration.
No, that's not true, because the motion said we'll temporarily close the road and gather data about the impact on Wood Swamp and Frank Smith.
Yeah, and gather
That's
data.
what it said, right? So I would assume that the Frank Smith and Wool Swamp Road data is part of the decision-making to do that. That was an integral part of the original motion. And I apologize, Tom, that you weren't part of that here for that original motion, but that was a critical part of that, integral part of it.
Let's call for the vote
On the amendment.
on the amendment. And the vote on the whole thing. I mean, because I think we're at an impasse, and in some ways, we're just talking around language because the process ends up being the same. We're gonna be looking at data, whether and one of the main things we're looking at is permanent closure. And if it gets voted down, then we look at other things, but.
I'd like somebody to read me the as amended motion.
I would like to hear it too.
As amended is I move the closure of Quinnetuck Road be extended while permanent closure process begins.
And I'll second that.
No, you already did.
Yeah.
It's already been
did.
seconded.
Oh,
She's
so
just
now it's
rereading
just
the
a
motion.
matter
Richard made the
of vote.
motion that
The second.
summarized by Marie, and you seconded it.
This is second. All right.
So, now we're
So
at the
isn't
vote.
it good that I wrote it down?
Isn't it nice?
So I think it's good that you wrote down, and then you can reread it.
That I can read it?
Yeah.
So we can move this to a vote?
Yeah, as soon as I'm ready.
True that.
As soon as I'm ready, we will. My only concern on that is that it's an undefined time period.
That's right.
And that's the only concern I could, if I am correct, this does need to go to town meeting. If I'm not, then it's fine.
But there's no, on yours, I'm just giving my feedback, on yours, it doesn't need to be a timeline, because the barriers aren't going away.
Right.
At any point in time.
I'm under the determination that if I'm right, then this process will start. And I think planning will have something to do with it, and then there'll be a decision made on whether it's going on the warrant.
Mhm.
And it'll move forward. At that point, this board could certainly extend that closure period to the time of town meeting to allow that to take place.
Well,
That's if I'm right.
Whether this stays indefinitely or whether this completes, whether it was my motion or your motion, will depend on the actions of this board. If this board fails to do anything about it, then it just becomes indefinite. But if this board is serious about it, then it will be taken care of in the next few months. So I'm not worried about a time limit.
Let me ask a question. Is there anybody at this front table who can tell me what the board has to do?
No, that's why we have to
Well,
get going.
Oh,
there
I
we go.
don't know, I thought the advice from Councilman Page was pretty clear.
Okay, what does the board have to do?
It said that the board can decide to permanently close the Quinnetuck Road
Mm-hmm.
with the approval of the Highway Division.
Mm-hmm.
Mass DOT.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
It says Highway Division, but it's really Mass DOT.
Right.
so,
That's under that one.
It's not our Highway Division.
We had
it's the
about
state.
7 opinions on this.
Yeah,
but-
it's the state.
no.
Okay, I just asked you for
this
your
is the-
opinion.
This is the only one
That's
that's.
the one I got.
I agree with Alex, that's also my opinion.
Okay, good. Okay,
What's allowed.
well then,
So we can do it.
So if that's the great thing, then we can start forward.
Yeah, I mean, the next step would be council would prepare a vote that would fit the bill. Board would take the vote. We'd send it to Mass DOT. Wait.
I think we'd do a little bit more research before we did, but anyway, at least you'd have clear direction on where we were going, Stephen.
Mm.
And then we can debate over all the different legal opinions.
Well, that's where I think Joel Bard, our attorney, just gave us the opinion of what could
Right.
happen.
Right.
If if your amendment passes, the directive to Joel will be prepare the necessary documentation and timeline to proceed with permanent closure, and that's a different thing than we've gotten from him.
The thing that confused me in their opinion is, in my opinion, the Board of Selectmen is authorized to adopt special regulations, which I don't know what that means, restricting the use of all or part of a public way by motor vehicles altogether, or alternately, the town may adopt a bylaw to do the same. There's a whale of a difference between something that we dream up and a bylaw, because one has to go all the way to the Attorney General for approval, and it has to go through town meeting. And I cannot believe that this board has the authority to arbitrarily close that road, and alternately, we could go to town meeting and the Attorney General. See, I don't believe I think that language needs a lot
Special
more definition.
legislation or whatever,
Yeah.
the special
'Cause,
regulation, right.
Yeah.
We can ask for clarification on that.
Yeah, okay.
Richard,
Yeah.
I don't know if you looked at the statutes.
I looked at a lot.
This is a distillation of what the statutes say. And there is a specific statute that allows select boards to make regulations about the flow of traffic.
Right.
Including
The flow of traffic.
including and up to closing.
Make a recommendation for it, but we
No.
can't, okay,
That's not what-
we'll see the
not what
law
the
plays out.
statutes-
Okay, now I'm ready.
To move this forward.
Okay, now I guess we are voting on the amendment to the
Yes.
motion. Okay, no more discussion? All in favor of the amendment to motion? Okay. Okay, any discussion?
Opposed, wait.
Well, yeah, excuse me, opposed? I'm sorry. I just took it for granted. Any other discussion on the motion that's been modified with the amendment put on?
Yeah, we're done.
Any other discussion?
We're proceeding with permanent closure as of
Okay.
this moment.
No, we have to
We'll vote
vote
in
on the
the full
motion.
Oh, well, full
Okay.
motion, right.
No more discussion, all in favor? All opposed? Okay.
Can you read my writing?
And I can state, as to your benefit for the record, I only posed this to get this thing started. I want to get it moving forward. All right. Let's see. That's Quinnipiac. You want to go ahead and bring the regional dispatch?
Yeah,
thing
get
in,
those
Steve?
guys in here, plug it in. I gotta-
Right.
What about the long-term? Are we
We're going to come
moving
back
that
to it.
down?
Yeah, we're going to
Yeah,
come back to it. We're going to get the other one. They're old. There's about 12 people out there waiting to make a presentation.
All right, they're using this computer to make the presentation, so I need to pivot here and plug in.
Okay, is
Sounds
there
exciting.
anything else we can get done? No, there isn't, is there?
So permanent,
Did you, Stephen, did you say you're going to need about 5 minutes to set that up?
Let's vote on the use of the
Yeah.
voting equipment.
You want to do that or do the appointment?
Why don't we do this? Why don't you?
Fine. Either one. We'll do them both.
You got the mic.
We can both go through the appointment.
You got the mic. We're gonna continue with business.
It's gonna take a minute.
Okay, Mark Gold is going to read, while they're setting up, he's gonna go ahead and set up, and we're gonna do our annual board and committee appointments from the 5/18 interviews.
Okay. Rebecca, you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, I'm going to move that we approve the appointment of Peter Landon and Ernie Welker to the Audit Committee, Peter Landon to a 1-year term and Ernie Welker to a 3-year term.
Second? Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Was that
Right.
Mr. Ryan or Mr. L? Mr.
Mr. L.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to figure out how to pronounce your name.
Lucusa.
Lakusa?
It's a Q. It's tough.
Make sure you guys are mic'd up.
I move we approve the appointment of Mr. Lawrence Rubin to a 3-year term on the Board of Assessors.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? See no discussion, all in favor? Okay.
Mr. Grant did this second.
Right, no, but you didn't tell me when the term would
It's a 3-year term.
expire. Okay.
3 years.
The Board of Assessors, I move we approve the appointment of Dr. Robert Gajewski to a 3-year term on the Board of Health.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? See no discussion, all in favor?
Yeah. I move we approve the term of Paul Gorman and Don Holland to 3-year terms to the Cable Advisory Committee, and Dave Bartlett to a 1-year term on the Cable Advisory Committee.
Okay. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Are we still on the year?
I sure hope you had that set up with Dave in advance.
I didn't.
Oh.
I hope, but Dave can be back here in a year, so.
Okay. You're okay, Dave, we got you covered.
I move we approve the appointment of Mr. Ira Smolowitz and Mr. Peter Van Asch to the 2-year, both to 3-year term on the Capital Planning Committee.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? See no discussion, all in favor? Aye.
I move we approve the appointment of Arlene Miller to a 3-year term on the Community Preservation Commission.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, aye?
Move we approve the appointment of Stephen Gazzillo to a 3-year term on the Conservation Commission.
Second. Okay, second. Any discussion? See no discussion, all in favor?
I'm done with it.
Aye. And I move we approve the appointment of Francis Mifflin, Mary Beth Bergeron, and John Bowen to 3-year terms on the Council on Aging.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor?
Finally, I approve, no, it's not finally, but I move we approve the appointment of Jean Mazaraz to the, a 3-year term on the Cultural Council.
Second.
Second.
Discussion? See no discussion, all in favor?
Move we approve Stephen Weiss and Margaret Cohn to 3-year terms on the Historic Commission.
Second.
Okay. Discussion? No discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Move we approve the appointment of David Horowitz and James Jones to 3-year terms on the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Second.
Any discussion? See no discussion, all in favor?
And I move we approve Virginia Ryder and Arlene Miller to 3-year terms on the Recycling Commission.
Second.
Discussion? See no discussion, all in favor? Thank you, Mark. Okay, Stephen, we're going to turn it over to you for a regional dispatch presentation. I guess for camera-wise, I think maybe we need to move away from here.
We'll just leave the dim lights on here so we can see the presentation.
Oh, you going to sit here?
I was going to come back to that meeting.
That's fine, sit down. I'll go back in the audience, all right.
So it's my pleasure at this time to introduce the consultant team that the town, in partnership with 4 other communities, retained to study the feasibility of establishing a regional emergency communication center, REC for short, or regional dispatch center, we've also called it. Those terms are somewhat interchangeable. Obviously, there's a highly skilled team of professional consultants with just many, many years, no disrespect intended, of experience working in these areas in terms of not only how should they be constructed, what technology needs to go in them, how should they be staffed, how should the governance of them operate, and I'll state up front that this is my favorite thing that I work on. And the reason why it's the favorite thing that I work on is because it's rare that you get to be able to see the future and react and be able to plan ahead. We just had a whole discussion about traffic and, really not knowing what the outcome was going to be of a temporary closure of a road. In this case, the landscape of regionalization for dispatch and the increased requirements for dispatchers that are coming really down from nationwide best practices really show us where the industry is going and what we need to do today to be ready for it. And it's clear, I think, to everyone who has been a part of this that things are changing. It is getting more technologically advanced, and the demands of dispatchers are only growing at the local level. And so I think I think that Long Meadow has a really unique opportunity to be somewhat ahead of the curve in establishing this and really taking advantage of robust funding from the state. I think the longer the town waits to engage in something like this, the more the town is going to have to absorb the cost. And this is just what I've learned from these gentlemen sitting here, so I will at this point turn it over to them. They can introduce themselves and kind of go through their process and what it means for our town.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening. My name is Blake Haskell, and tonight we're here representing the Carroll Group. Starting on my far right is Greg Carroll, the principal of the Carroll Architect Group in Hopkinton. Greg's practice focuses primarily on public safety facilities, police stations, and fire stations. He's a former member of the Mass Architectural Access Board and has a lot of experience with public construction and Mass General Law. Next to him is George Foskey, who is the retired director of the City of Cambridge 911. George has over 40 years experience with 911 system design, development, and operation, and he's consulted on projects around the country. Next to me is Michael Gardner. Michael has over 40 years of experience in municipal personnel and labor practices. He's recently retired as the Personnel and Labor Relations Director for the City of Cambridge, and he was a personnel officer with the Boston Police Department. Next to me is Norman Boucher, who is a technology and operations consultant, has over 30 years of experience in the industry and has worked on systems large and small and has participated in other consolidation type studies. Another gentleman is not with us tonight. He has the pleasure of being in Antwerp, Belgium, watching his son play professional baseball. So he's over there having beer and chocolates on your behalf. And finally, my name is Blake Haskell, and I have experience with public safety communications at all levels, grants management and administration, and program management. And what we're going to do tonight is we're going to distill our recent study down to some salient points for you to consider. We looked at the existing conditions in the 5 towns. We did some cost analysis of the various police and fire departments, and Chief Sino and Captain Stankiewicz and recently retired Chief Madison and Stephen were very, very helpful and cooperative and helped our job get done pretty quickly. We've looked at 3 different facilities offered by the 5 towns. We visited those facilities. We visited the dispatch centers and the PSAPs, the public safety answering points in town. And we've spoken with over 50 people in the 5 towns. And we've also had conversations with various state, local officials in 911 to come up with some of our statistics and numbers and move forward. We've looked at everything that was available in the 5 towns, in the various PSAPs, and we're making some recommendations in our study. And we're grateful to be here tonight, and we'll answer your questions. And I'll turn it over to George now.
So, good evening. I'm George Foskey, as Blake has mentioned. And I wonder, Norm, if you can go to the 3rd slide. So, well, let's just take a quick look at this one here. We realize it's late and we want to get through this quickly. We want to let you go home to your families. So one of the things we were charged to look at is not just one thing, but what are the various combinations of groupings of towns that might make sense here. And our recommendation, our number one, there are several options that are possible, but our main one is that it's best if you get all 5 towns together. There's economies of scale. There's staffing sufficient to handle cell phone calls directly, and lots of other great things are possible, the somewhat larger you are. So, Norm, perhaps the next slide, please. So I guess the question that we might want to help you try to answer is, why do you want to do this? This is a big change. Right now you have a 1-person dispatch center in the police department. You've had that for 80 years. I don't know how long the police department's been around. Started off just answering a phone. Now they've got a lot of fancy gear in there, computer-aided dispatch, 911, you've got video screens, all kinds of computer programs, but there's one person on duty. So what's really happening is that things are changing. As Steve said, next generation 911, the state has signed a $100 million contract with General Dynamics to replace all the gear. That's rolling out. They don't want to spend any more money on the old stuff that you've got. They want to put the new stuff in and get rolling with it. And guess what they're doing with that? You're going to be able to text to 911. You're going to be able to send video from the scene. You're going to, as a caller, you're going to be able to send images. This is going to happen. It's going to happen in 2 years. You need to be ready for that. That's going to take time and people that are computer literate in the dispatch centers to be able to handle this stuff. The second point is, nowadays 70% of 911 calls are from cell phones. This is a huge change in the last few years. Those cell phone calls are not being answered here now. So if one of you is at home and your cell phone is on your night table and your spouse is having a heart attack or whatever, you're going to pick that cell phone up, not the old house phone, for the most part. And that call is going to Northampton State Police. And they're going to have a little conversation with you and then hopefully quickly transfer it to the Longmeadow Police Dispatcher, who will get the ambulance rolling from Longmeadow Fire. But I did an analysis for Boston that started to take those calls directly, and 1/3 of them, the state police are holding that for over a minute. 1/3 of the calls. So you don't really want to do this. This is rare in the U.S., not to take your own cell phone calls directly. Massachusetts is a real outlier here, okay? So one of the things a regional center does, and I think the biggest thing that you can do for your citizens, is take the 911 cell calls directly here. Your people in the regional center will know have a much greater likelihood of knowing that where Mary's Dairy is, or lying out in front of Joe's Pizza, than somebody in Northampton. Next point, and Steve mentioned it, this is a whole new world of 911 dispatchers. It's sort of like thinking of ambulance drivers 30 years ago, right? They didn't have to have any certifications. They were driving a marginal vehicle. Nowadays, what do we have? We have a paramedic level EMS service with all kinds of certifications and training and equipment and drugs and all kinds of things going on here. A similar transition is happening in dispatchers. There are requirements for giving life-saving medical instructions over the phone quickly. There are requirements for quality review. They're operating 12 or 14 different computer systems. There are protocols that you have to follow to do dispatching and call taking and querying of callers. You have to know how to route people that don't speak English to the Quest language line. And I could go on. It's really remarkable how many requirements have come down and how many are likely to come along. So this is putting a lot of I think, stress on one-person dispatch centers. Next slide, please. One of the other issues you've got is you have a ton of gear in your 911 center right now in Longmeadow, and that costs money to maintain, to replace, to upgrade the software. This is a list of the kind of gear that will go into the regional center, but a lot of it is at a regional level what you already have in the police station. And you as a budgeting authority are responsible to pay a lot of money to upgrade your CAD system or to get new Motorola radio consoles at $45,000 a whack. If you require this gear regionally and have it in a regional center, we think it's a lot more cost effective to share the cost of this fancy and expensive technology. So next slide. We think the 5-town rec offers the greatest opportunity for achieving the highest performing 911 operation. It's going to have sufficient staffing. We're talking 4 to 5 people on duty at one time rather than one, to be able to take cell calls, to handle peaks that happen, to handle both fire and police, multiple events at the same time, and really importantly, to follow best practices in call taking and dispatching. This is not a hobby. This is not something that's done casually. This is something that has science behind it. it eliminates the liabilities of a one-person dispatch center. Right now in the state of Pennsylvania, they do not allow a one-person dispatch center. So I'm not saying that you haven't had great dispatch center for the last 80 years here with one person, but it's probably not optimal. Somebody has a medical problem, or there are 4 calls at one time. That's pretty hard to do as one person, especially to give medical instructions. A bigger organization allows you to have leadership, on-floor dispatch supervision, skills development, and a lot of other stuff. So let's go to the next slide. There are other rec configurations that are possible. You could recruit other towns, and we hear that some others would potentially be interested. Who knows? So you don't want to be too big, but you want to be big enough so that you can have lower the cost to all the participants, make it reasonable, and have sufficient staff to handle the tornado that came through near here not long ago. We think a 4-town rec would work here. A 3-town rec could probably work as well. Maybe it wouldn't justify spending a lot of money on a big facility, but it could happen. Let's look at the next slide. One of the reasons that we are here and hired, we actually were hired on a state grant with free money. You didn't have to pay any money for this, at least direct money. And it is because the state 911 department, I was a member of the state 911 commission since it was started until I retired, spends $8 million a year in giving money out to plan and build regional centers. The state wants to incent towns to get together and form regional centers. And now there are about 22 rec and regional dispatch centers in operation in Massachusetts. There were some pre-existing, like Berkshire County or Franklin County in the north, but a lot more have come online because of the availability of money. So we're talking about millions of dollars that are potentially available over a 2 or 3 year period to help defray the costs, and in fact to pay all the costs of outfitting a rec that looks like that in the picture. The other thing that happens is they give you annual grants for 911, and maybe you have approved them here yearly, the receipt of them. Those grants are going to, that grant money would increase by 200 to 400% because they give you more operational support every year if you are a rec, as opposed to a single town dispatch center. So at the top, there's $8 million yearly. You would compete with other communities. We think you would be the leading contender in Western Mass for a grant if you applied for it this summer to keep planning and maybe start some of the design work. We'd like to see you get $2 million of the 8 if you want to start doing this in this coming year. And we think over a 2 to 3 year grant period, you could look for $5 million to do this out here. And this is money coming from the state to do this. These are examples of other recs, Essex County, Neshoba Valley, and the South Shore, where groups of towns have gotten together. And you can see in the right-hand column there that they've gotten a lot more incentive money every year, 203%, 452% than they got as individual departments. Okay? So let's see the next slide. Right?
Okay.
Let me move this over to you.
Thank you. The study involved looking at 3 prospective sites for the rec. We looked at the Hampton Police Department, police headquarters, the new building, the Wilbraham Police headquarters, the new building, and the Greenwood Center here in Longmeadow. The Greenwood Center was selected as the most ideal of the 3 that we looked at because it really provided, first of all, it was a robust building on a good site, adequate space, a layout that was conducive to renovations, and ultimately provided a good benchmark to establish the size, the scope, and the cost of what a regional rec would be. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be here, but this kind of gives you a snapshot of what the overall size and general requirements would be. So it's a good example of from which we could derive the functionality and the cost. It's about 8,000 square feet. It basically it's comprised of, a rec is comprised of about 5 basic elements. The first one, of course, is the dispatch floor. And in this case, it could handle up to 9 dispatch positions. Offices that, for administrative staff and supervisory staff that are adjacent to the dispatch floor. Provides for technology equipment, all of the hardware and equipment that backs up and provides for the communications and alarm systems. 4 would be staff support, bathrooms, showers, perhaps a little rec room or and locker space for the staff, and finally a training room. A regional communication center, as will be discussed further and has been mentioned before, is pivotal on its operation is pivotal on high quality training. So a training space is necessary. In this case, the training area that we have would be adequate to double as an emergency operations center for the town of Long Meadow. You could move in police, fire, DPW, the school department, and so forth, and actually operate the town services from this location during an emergency. Let's go to the next slide. As I said, from the Greenwood Center, we were able to derive some budgetary numbers, and this is really construction and fitting out of the building. The construction total to renovate is approximately $3.3 million. Soft costs, including fees, fit up, all of the equipment, the dispatch equipment that's going to be required, and services that are associated with the construction, but not part of the construction itself. Your soft cost is about $2.4 million, bringing your total project cost to about 5.7 million. And again, this is a snapshot, and this is kind of a good budget number that I think we can be confident in applying to this and perhaps other sites. George? Michael?
So one of the things we looked at is what you are now spending for dispatch services. We came up with about $320,000, including some police expense. And but with the state grants you currently get, we netted you out at about $280,000. I think parenthetically, that is really a bargain. And one of the reasons I think the figure is as low as it is because you run as thin as you do in terms of the staffing and the and the wage levels are sort of in the middle among the communities, but I think that you can expect to face some cost pressures going forward, particularly if you just want to have more redundancy or more backup and not be as thin on the staffing as you are. But that's our best estimate of your current number. We looked at the costs for running a 5-town rec and put in the report a variety of options as to how the costs could be shared among the towns. Our recommendation was that the cost be shared on the basis of 50% weighted towards population and 50% weighted towards call volume, and that gives you about 20% of a little over 20% of the total cost for the center. We think that if you got a 200% subsidy from the Commonwealth, it might cost you about $35,000 more a year for your contribution to the rec than what you currently pay. That doesn't include if there be any rental value out of the use of the school space. We didn't put that in at all. And if you got a 400 percent subsidy, and particularly if you started taking 911 calls, because, I'm sorry, the cell calls, then the formula for reimbursement changes substantially, and you could achieve a reasonable savings, we estimated, in the area of $140,000. These numbers are pretty flexible and are fluid, and we would say you don't go into a rec to save money as your primary reason. You go into a rec to substantially professionalize and improve the capacity of the service to citizens, particularly during peak volume periods or during periods of real emergency, because you just have a better, more professional operation with redundancies and more capacity for overload.
So we looked at, so what are the challenges here, disadvantages, potentially, of moving into a rec, okay? So the first one is you really need to hire a great leader, got to hire a great director. It's really important that they're around. There are not tons of them around, but you need to be really thoughtful about that, and the 5 towns would need to have a process to really bring on a director. We would like you to, if you're going to do this, we want you to bring on a director before you build anything, because they need to be intimately involved in lots of stuff while the building is going on, making the relationships, developing the protocols, working on the training, and actually working with the existing staff, because from the existing dispatch staff among the 5 towns are really going to come your pool of experienced dispatchers. So let's make them as good as we can and give them the help and support that they need and the motivation while we're waiting for the center to open. You can strand some functions. If you, let's say, for example, you have a rec and all of a sudden you decide that they're not going to take police business calls. They're going to leave them with the police department. Well, gee, you've got to have somebody stay in the station all the time and answer those calls. You have to make sure the rec takes the functions that are now performed in the Longmeadow Police Dispatch Center as much as they can with them and not leave any behind, okay? Or not leave any behind that can't be reasonably left behind. Mike mentioned maybe there's not so much of a cost savings. There was a great cost savings in Neshoba when they did it, but that's Neshoba. Loss of local control. So you're going to be together with 4 other towns here. You're going to have a director, and there'll be a board of the selectmen and a board of the police and fire chiefs that are going to oversee this. But it's not right inside your own town. You have to be comfortable with that. You have to think that that is worth, that regional structure is, in terms of its increased value and professionalism, is worth us doing it as a group. Loss of dispatcher local geographic knowledge. So that's a potential issue. It can be made up for by the fact that 911 calls, when they come in right now, they appear as a dot on a map. So it's a really big aid for a dispatcher answering a high priority 911 call that you're seeing the dot on the map, and it's pretty accurate. So it can be right on the house, or it can be in the backyard, or maybe it's 50 meters away. But that's pretty good, and that's a whole new thing that came along in the last 5 or 6 years. Loss of jobs. You've got a pool of about 45 or 50 dispatchers, full and part-time, in this 5 towns. This center needs less than that, but we think that in reality, of the people that would want to come and the people that are full-time and that are the professionals, it really might pretty well work out. You have another problem, and that is, this depends on the state grants in the future to keep the costs the same as what you're doing now or a little bit better. So what happens if the state money goes away? It happens to be a statute right now. The formula is built in it. They don't have any choice. They have to give you the incentive money. So they really can't, unless the legislature actually redoes the statute, but that's a concern. And then lastly, and this is a really big one, and that is, you're going to have to deal with the issue on an overnight shift at the Longmeadow PD that dispatcher is the only person in the building. So if you come knocking on that door at 2 in the morning, what happens when you go to a regional center and that dispatcher's not there? So do you fill that with somebody on a part-time basis, or do you actually let the overnight shift say Monday through Thursday night, go and do what other places have done. They get part of the grant money can go to building what's called a secure lobby. So you put a phone on the outside, there's a lock on the door. You run up to that door at 2 in the morning, you pick up the phone, you talk to the dispatcher in the regional center, they buzz you in. And there's a video camera, so you can talk to them while you're in there if you're a spouse fleeing from your abusive other spouse. You can have sanctuary in there, and then a Longmeadow cruiser would be dispatched right away to come there, which they would be anyway, even if there was just the dispatcher in the building. So, but you have to deal with, do you really want to have a dark station, and for how many hours in a week? So, yep.
So some other things that we thought we should emphasize or highlight to you. We understand that the labor situation or the relationship with your civilian dispatchers may be in flux. They may be unionizing. Obviously, no one knows what the results of that are, but you will be in a different kind of relationship potentially with your dispatchers in the future, which may change your cost structures. Again, we think your heavy reliance on the single person dispatcher is problematic and can cause problems if that dispatcher is suddenly taken ill or becomes incapacitated. In the nighttime, you are essentially naked and bare bones until you get somebody else in, until you know the situation and are able to get somebody else in. The 911 cell call capacity, which we think we can't expect you to be able to do 911 cell calls on your own without the support of a much bigger management, supervisory, and staffing structure. And you would both get an improved state subsidy if you did that, and you would be reducing some of the transfer time costs and some of the transfer costs that come from the unhappiness of or frustration of callers, sometimes in emergency situations, feeling like they have to tell their story over again 2 or 3 times. The current model you have where sworn police officers perform dispatch both as lunch or break relief for the civilians or to fill in on a spot basis when no civilians are available is really not at all a optimal arrangement. To be a good dispatcher, like a good surgeon, you need to practice. You have to do it frequently, regularly, over and over again. And if you're just coming in for a handful of shifts a year or an hour here and an hour there, when you are answering those calls, it's not an optimal situation in terms of the experience and capacity. The EMD or the emergency medical questioning, as an example, something that you have to do in order to get better at. So the Commonwealth, the state legislature passed a new act right in the beginning of 2015. It was identified as Chapter 500 of the Acts of 2014. It actually amends Chapter 6A and of the general laws, and it allows for essentially a 2-step process to move forward from where you are now, should you have an interest in pursuing this. The first thing would be to take a vote to accept the provisions of Chapter 6A as amended by Chapter 500 to allow the forming of a planning committee that would start the actual formal process for creating the REC. We think the study that we have given you is a blueprint to start, but it includes a lot of, well, you could divide the costs equally among the 5 towns, you could divide the costs by population, you could divide the costs by call, or you could do 50-50. we made a recommendation for 50/50, but if you had an actual planning committee formed, they would be the ones who would be making a recommendation to you that you could decide yes or no on, and it would be a locally determined option. Lots of other decision points that have to be made by a planning committee. Your obligation, should you choose to move beyond this point, so you accept the provisions of Chapter 500, then you have to appoint 3 people to participate in that planning committee, and the statute talks about the backgrounds you would expect from them. So that would be presumably staff time. There are state grants available for further planning, and as George mentioned, potentially even the hiring of a prospective center director to help with the planning process. The way the statute is contemplated, once the committee has finished its work, it presents to each of the participating towns, those that have participated in the planning committee, a formal proposal for what would go forward, including the regulations, procedures for the governance of the rec, the site for the rec, the financing for the rec, and at that point, each town gets the opportunity to actually say yes or no. So you don't have to commit to a irreconcilable or irrevocable commitment to going forward without having much more detail and specifics in front of you than we've been able to provide to you now. And it would be the rules of the road for all of the participating communities. Now, if it's presented to 5 towns and some towns decide, one or more towns decide they don't want to participate in it, then presumably what would be required is the remaining towns that had an interest to go back and make the modifications of the controlling document to represent to the towns, the remaining towns, to see if in fact under those circumstances they were still prepared to go ahead. There is in the long report a reasonably detailed discussion of how those scenarios might happen, beginning on page 109, running through page 113 of the report. And should you be interested in moving beyond this point, we have some suggested language which we can distribute to you that you might want to consider as the text for a motion on a vote. Obviously, you might want to have that reviewed by town council before you finalized it, but it's our understanding of the kind of vote that would be necessary for you to start forming the planning committee and actually do the process.
So let me just say a few more words to put that in some historical context. Chapter 500 is brand new. The way you did regional recs, the way they've been done before, is either they're run by a county, like Berkshire County, so you don't have to, it's in the county government structure, or there was an IMA among towns in an intermunicipal agreement, or third, they went for a home rule piece of legislation, which happened in Hingham, for example, in the Hingham-Hull South Shore rec. So the reason for Chapter 500, the reason why the State 911 Department, the legislature, and a number of public safety people worked on that legislation is so you had a structure right there that created an entity that could hire people, that could buy equipment, and you could get started fast in the planning process without waiting for 3 years for a home rule piece of legislation to pass, without having, as Michael said, to agree to do it. So you can start the planning process, there's a governance structure, there's a financial structure, it's really nicely laid out, and that statute was really looked at, we looked around the country to find models for that kind of agreement. And I thought it was a real nice piece of work. So that structure allows you to start faster and be more comfortable that the governance and the structure is a good one. So that's the context for that. So we're completely open for questions. I know it's late, but we're here for as long as you'd like us to be.
Don't say that.
Oh.
Yeah, we turned the lights on, right? Go ahead, Marie.
I'm trying to get my mind around this. So the rec will be owned by this group that we form, so almost like Scantic Valley, and then it rents the space from the town.
It could if the Greenwood School wasn't, a location for it.
Yeah.
The Neshoba Regional Center in the middle of the state, Devens and that area, they are paying, the participating towns are paying rec to the town that owns the space.
I would say I don't think the verb is own, that the 5 towns wouldn't own the rec. The 5 towns would agree by making the final commitment to help create a new public entity in the Commonwealth, which has its own identity and is not a creature of the 5 towns, in the same way that an intermunicipal agreement arrangement doesn't create a new entity. It houses the structure within one of the participating communities. But we think it's a better arrangement if, in fact, the rec has its own independent authority. It could potentially do its own bonding, as an example, and it becomes the appointing authority. The people are employees of the rec. They're not employees of one of the particular towns.
You answered my questions. Thank you.
It's kind of like the Minichog Regional School District. This is not part of either. It's its own. We have a regional school district that is.
Okay. So there was some, well, I guess first thing, I assume you've made reference to a very long study. I assume that's something that can be provided to us? Okay, perfect. There was a reference in the presentation to towns being able to go in and out of the rec. So how would that work? I mean, how irrevocable is the commitment if you could just leave the next year? I mean,
so those are rules that get determined by the planning committee in terms of what kind of notice you need to get in, the procedures you need to go through to get in if you hadn't been in before and now you want to join, and also the requirements before you could leave. Typically, it might be a 3-year notice period, but that would be up to the group that is making the recommendations to each of the participating boards of selectmen in terms of what the terms of the agreement would be. And that's obviously a very important component of it, but that's locally controlled. It's not in the statute as any minimums.
Right.
And it's, so the due diligence and prudence of the planning.
Right. So there's a lot of talk about being able to take cell calls, which sounds important to me. And I guess I had 2 questions. One is, do you need a rec in order to take cell calls? That would be the first question. Second question, what you presented here with the different numbers and costs, possible cost savings, possible not.
Yep.
Is that based on the rec being able to take cell calls or no?
No.
So we would, so if we did what was outlined here, we would still be in a situation of the calls going to Northampton?
Well, we would recommend that you wouldn't take cell calls on day one.
Okay.
That you would take the wired 911 calls and the voice over IP 911 calls that are coming into the 5 centers right now.
Okay.
And then once you got on your feet on the ground, you would then cut over and do a pilot. This is what I help Boston do this. Boston now takes all their own cell calls. It's a big change for them. And they're taking twice as many 911 calls in a year.
Right.
Which is good. And they had the staff, they actually had the staff to handle it. But it really has made a huge difference in the speed of their response and their situational awareness, because
Right.
they're getting 3 or 4 calls about a motor vehicle accident that the state wouldn't necessarily have transferred all those. So you're getting some additional info. So Mary is calling, 3 minutes after to say the guy's lying in the bushes over there, which you didn't know initially.
Right.
So there's a huge, operational advantage to taking the cell calls, but you can't do it with one person. So to answer your...
And why is that? I mean, is it a technological thing, or is it a manpower thing?
Totally manpower.
So what if you hired another person?
Well, maybe you could. Then if you get if you got a crash with 5 or 6 people calling at one time, and now you've got somebody trying to give medical instructions over the phone, I mean, you might be able to do it.
Okay.
The other problem is this, and I don't even know whether I want to start talking about this, but it's the way cell calls get routed by tower sector.
Right.
So those people it's not a perfect science.
Sure.
Right? It will be a perfect science in 5 or 7 years, but right now, the only way they can get a 911 cell call right to the center within 3 or 4 seconds is they designate every set of antennas. So a typical cell tower has 3 sets of antennas,
Right.
north, southeast, and southwest.
Yep.
So you have a cell tower in Enfield. It's right by the back of the Greenwood School, the chief was telling me, right? If you were clever, you would route that north-facing sector, so if you call 911, any calls received on that sector, they're going to be from Longmeadow. You route that to Longmeadow. So you have to go through all of that, and it's not perfect science.
Right.
So what will happen in reality is you're going to get some Springfield cell calls here in the rec, or you get them here. Now you have to transfer them to Springfield. That's no big deal, but do you see what I mean? There's some complexities here.
Well, let's shed some light on. I've had to make in my work 911 calls, and now I know if they went to Northampton, why I had such poor follow through with the local police, and crisis team. So that's a really important issue. Now, and taking on that task sounds like something that you'd want to be prepared for. I guess, we have a lot of people watching at home, and I don't want anyone to be panicked that our 911 system in Longmeadow isn't effective. We have a great police station, and, it's a small town, and we cover our area very effectively. Now, when it comes to people sort of being in and out of this, so if, we had a town in, like a smaller town like Hamden, who, they're probably similar to us, and they probably feel, well, we can have one dispatcher handle everything. So if they pull out, and then it would also affect state funding, right? Because there's state reimbursement based on the towns that are involved. So
Yep. Population and call volume.
Okay, yeah. So
Both those things.
we really need a strong commitment from other communities that they were going to stay in this, because if it was placed in Longmeadow, and then 3 other communities pulled out, I don't think that would happen. But if they did, then we would be carrying the burden of that.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
And I don't believe any town has pulled out of a wreck in Massachusetts.
Okay, that's good as well.
Well,
that's good.
although the wrecks
They're
are
fairly new.
They are.
Yeah.
And what happens when the call is mishandled?
Yeah.
And the Board of Selectmen are not happy with that. Does that rise to the level of wanting to abandon the wreck, or does it rise to the level of making sure the wreck is even better equipped and trained and managed?
Okay.
And just to be clear, when we did our study, we did not find any glaring deficiencies in the 911 function in any of the communities. Most of our comments are directed towards both the future technological improvements and so the challenges that communities will face if they're acting on a singleton basis compared to if they are able to pool their resources, and the fact that we don't think the current situation is optimal, that there is room for improvement and increased professionalization, increased emphasis on training, on quality review, on management and supervision of a very complicated function.
Well, again, a community right north of us, Springfield, had a tornado go through recently. So when you look at how that affected our area and trying to coordinate services, we can see that this is, when a crisis like that happens, it's really kind kind of significant to have everything coordinated, because it would have affected, of the 5 communities, you're looking at several that were effectively devastated by a tornado. So the other question is the footprint. I guess this would go to the architect. Is there any way that could be made 2-story instead of just 1 story? Is that a mandatory thing?
It could be.
Mm-hmm.
It could be. Certainly, a single floor is the most efficient and the most facilitates the operations best.
Mm-hmm.
But that having been said, certainly, if there were 2-story space available, it can be made.
Okay, and has there been any places that would retrofit into pre-existing buildings, or are these all pretty much been new builds?
Actually, renovation's common.
Okay.
And I pointed to Neshoba. It was, I believe, an elementary school at the Army base, and it has turned into a very effective rec. And it's the kind of service that's well suited for renovation, because it's relatively simple and straightforward. You don't. It's not an elaborate. You're not building a hospital or even a police station. You know, there's several important functions that have to interrelate. So it's a fairly straightforward exercise, which means that retrofitting it into most spaces is a more doable task than say doing a police station or something.
Right,
like
yeah.
that.
Okay, that sounds good. I think that's it for now.
I just have a question. How much of this is the carrot, and how much is the stick with the town? I was on our capital planning committee the last time we paid for and updated our 911 equipment in the police department, and I recognize that quite a bit of it has state support and some didn't. But as technology changes, and I think that was a big part of this thing, is it going to get to the point where the town of Longmeadow really can't afford to buy its own continuous upgrades to the 911 facility? The state's not going to support it. I mean, you see the push, you see the encouragement, but how much of this is here's what we're paying for, and we're no longer paying for that kind of thing? To speak to the, and I hate to use this word, but the inevitability of making this move.
Well, when I started in Cambridge 20 years ago, and we had hardly a computer in the 911 center.
Boy, you are.
But we had 2 screens. Now in Cambridge there are 7 screens at each position. Longmeadow Police has 5 or 6 screens at each position. So you got different systems, and guess what? They don't talk to each other real well because the vendors don't make them all interoperable. This is special purpose stuff. So it is expensive, and I think it's going to get more technically advanced. And by the way, you need dispatchers that are really facile with this technology. I didn't hire anybody that couldn't type 35 words a minute net of errors, and we tested the heck out of them, because you really have to type. You hear somebody talking to you on the phone or the radio, you want them to be typing that stuff, and you want the stuff to go in to CAD and pop out on the laptops or the handheld devices that police and fire are starting to carry now, so that they're getting information about what's going on. That stuff costs money.
So and that leads to the second part of my question, which is, we've got potentially 5, maybe even 7 towns that theoretically now have different equipment in their cruisers. So the question is, when you talk about retrofitting or fitting a rec center, does that include retrofitting all the cruisers of all these towns?
No.
To be compatible with that?
No.
So that's up to the towns to do that, to the extent that they may be different systems, different software to be compatible with
you
that.
actually have a very happy coincidence, and that is you all have the same computer-aided dispatch vendor. Used to be called IMC, it's now called TriTech. And they're happy to sell you a regional version of that upgrade, okay? But all the dispatchers use that now. Okay. And all the police officers that are filling in use that now. So if you went to a wreck, everybody, you would acquire that regional version. And in fact, what you really would do down the road is you would have one records management computer at the wreck, and all 5 towns would share it. They wouldn't each have their own records management computer, because the wreck would be the hub, for building some of the IT services that the dispatch operations and the police and fire departments need.
Yeah, I guess my question is, nothing seems to ever go as it appears on the surface necessarily, and what are the implications, be it costs or training or otherwise, of joining a rec that don't show up in a first pass analysis? Because on the first pass analysis, it's something you need to do as a town moving forward in the 21st century. But I can I'm just trying to imagine when all's said and done, at the town of Longmeadow, which has a somewhat limited tax revenue ability to raise taxes, can we afford not to do it, but can we afford to do it?
I think that's what Michael was talking about, why it might be worthwhile for you to go forward into the next stage, the planning process, the detailed one, and really answer some of these questions in a lot more detail than we were able to do in the 3.5 months that we worked on this.
Yeah, thank you.
But, isn't it true, George, that there are not particularly any hidden costs to joining the rec in terms of new equipment, either in cruisers or radios, that the town wouldn't face, at least on a replacement cost basis anyway?
Right. The rec is going to have to be able to talk over the radio to the different channels that are used by the different departments, but that's part of the rec design. It doesn't have anything to do with the radio in an East Longmeadow police cruiser, because they just have to be able to talk on the rec end.
Right. The other thing it might be useful to mention is that the state has been subsidizing both 911 centers by single towns and also regional centers for quite a while now. They rely on funds that come out of a surcharge on telephone bills at present, so it's not as heavily dependent on direct taxation. No one can predict the future, of course, but we think we understand the state's priorities as being encouraging regionalization for all of the professionalism and economies of scale that come out of that. And so to the extent that going forward state priorities or commitment to funding 911 or subsidizing 911 operations might change, at least at present it's our belief that regional centers would stand the best position of being the winners or not as big a losers if there were a big cutback. And that was shown in the fact of the sort of dramatic increases in subsidies that came to the recs recently that we showed you on one of the slides, between 199 and 452% increases in subsidies because the state likes recs.
Right. I just want to underline something here which we failed to mention, and that is the 911 state money is not coming out of state tax money. It's coming out of currently a 75-cent a month surcharge on a cell phone bill, or on a Verizon home phone bill, or on a voice over IP bill. And the Department of Telecommunications and Cable just voted about 2 weeks ago to bump that up to $1.25 for next year, and in perpetuity after that $1. And the reason is they have to pay for this expensive NG stuff, next generation, but they also have to keep these grant programs and roll out more regional centers. So that's good news in terms of the revenue forecast.
Right.
I think what is going to concern people is when they see the startup costs of over $5 million. Yeah. Now, I know you talked about savings, potential savings. You can't really guarantee it could be $35,000 costs up to $120,000 savings. Does that include the concept of actually building this and the bonding, or is that just your operational costs where you're talking about as potential savings?
The 5.8.
And how do we pay for the $5 million?
The 5.8 is entirely money that you would win competitively.
Oh, okay.
By applying to the state 911 department under their special program called the Development Grant. Mm-hmm. And they're going to vote to put $8 million aside just for that.
Okay.
Right now, the 5 towns, you can't compete for that. Mm-hmm. You can only compete if you have a signed document of some sort mm-hmm. as a regional group and say, we want to plan and potentially build a center.
And did you say we had to have something done by July?
Well, this is interesting. So you're actually lucky that it's as late as then.
Mm-hmm.
Normally in May, they release the 911 development grant guidelines, and you have a 5 or 6 weeks or something to get your grant together.
Mhm.
And maybe they get 5 or 10 applicants statewide.
Mhm.
But they're delayed because they had to get the DCC to make this ruling for more money. So they couldn't know their future budget until this just happened. So we think they're going to put out the grant guidelines in July, and maybe the development grant will be done in August. And we would recommend that you put your, if you're thinking about the planning process, put your oar in the water and go for a grant. And then guess what? You could get the grant, but if it didn't work out, and they wouldn't give you any of the money, you've got the award, but you haven't actually received the cash until you do something, they will take the money back and do something else with it. So this is a little odd,
Yeah.
but I'm saying there's an opportunity here that's for the bold.
And what you were saying is there are two things we had to do, is vote in to accept the 6A and then prepare for a planning committee. Is that what is required to apply for the grant?
That is you have to show them an IMA or a home rule piece of legislation or signing on the planning line under Chapter 500, because they don't want to give out a development grant to some group of towns that's just not sure, not at all sure what they're going to do. They want to know that you're reasonably serious about doing this.
Okay. Thank you.
This grant process for the $5 million, when we were doing the Hingham project, our initial grant was for $1 million for planning, design, whatnot. Then it was 3.2 for the actual renovation of the Hingham Town Hall. There was office space available. And then the outfitting was 2.3 million. And it's spread out over 3 years so that we don't have to compete for $5 million out of an $8 million pool. We'll go for the design the first year. Second year would be the construction, renovation. Third year would be the outfitting of the equipment. And possibly longer, depending on, as the towns get together and the service chiefs get together, light bulbs are going to start popping that we can do this together, and we can do this the same over the whole district. And so the procedures will be streamlined, and as you go forward, it becomes a very tight working group.
Mm-hmm. Who takes a leadership role on moving forward with this? I mean, the coordination would say the possible 5 towns.
In the Hingham project, the town managers are the board of directors, and the service chiefs are the day-to-day operations leadership. Something very similar would be here, where perhaps the town manager would work with the other town managers, create the policy, the board of directors of the corporation, if you will, and then the service chiefs will get together on the operations, commonality of dispatch, incident types, that sort of thing, and it would basically run with the towns having a board of directors role over that.
I was even more basic than that. I'm just saying for the startup.
We elect you.
Yeah, I understand, but who's going to coordinate? In other words, who's going to get the 5 towns to say we're going to move forward with this? Who coordinates that effort?
We've been working together, if I may. And that's the thing that I think is one of the best things of this effort. I went to a regional conference a couple years right after I first started, and a gentleman gave a regionalization presentation and talked about dispatch centers. And it's an idea that, to me, on its face, makes complete sense, especially when you hear, like, Texas has 4 dispatch centers.
California has 5.
Yeah. You think that everybody, and this is why I say you can see the future, everybody else has already been doing this for a long time. In Massachusetts, they alluded to as kind of an outlier with our setup, and an unsustainable outlier at that. Not every town handles dispatch the same way, but the 5 towns that are involved in this rec have similar philosophies, similar constituents, and similar philosophies towards dispatch and community policing. Whereas if the small town, if our small towns were lumped in with a dispatch center in Springfield, it wouldn't be the same type of service, or we believe level of service. So that's why this partnership has worked really well so far, and it's basically been each town, whether it's the town administrator or a delegate from the select board, depending on the form of government, have gotten together, and we've had these in the meetings. The chiefs from the 5 towns have gotten together, and we've had this working group that's really developed great collaboration.
Okay, so there is a group already formed.
A group already formed.
That's the short form. That's the only answer I was asking.
The same people that have been doing this for a year.
Yeah, no, that's fine. There is a group in place, so there is a steering committee.
No, I don't think we've designated ourselves a steering committee. It's more like a task force. But yes, there's a group in place that could easily become the planning committee.
Yeah, that's going to, I mean, that all 5 towns raise their hands, so there's somebody coordinating all that raising hands, so that everybody, I assume everybody needs to go forward at the same time for the grants. The correct assumption? Okay.
They're doing the traveling road show to the 5 towns that they're doing here.
Have you done all the other towns yet?
You're the second Board of Selectmen. We did Ludlow already.
What's your schedule?
We're going to be doing 3 more in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. So then we need to have a decision made, what, in 3 weeks?
We could put it on the agenda for the 6th.
Richard? Okay. Yeah.
Could you clarify, Marie asked about the $5.6 million. You're saying it's going to be paid for with developmental grants. And, you know, I think somebody else said, well, maybe you wouldn't get all $5.6 million in 1 year. You get it over a period of 3 years. I mean, you know, what if you're concerned that, you know, you get something for year 1, you're part way through, and then you don't get 2 and 3?
That hasn't happened, but you're asking a really great question. Because if you're going to do a design, and then you're going to go out to bid, you really have to have, and it's going to cost $5.8 million for the contract to the general contractor. You better have that. Well, it turns out it's easier than that. Okay, so what is going to happen is that you're going to probably go for $2 million a year for 3 years. The first year, you're going to look for money to keep a consultant going, whether it's us or bringing. We think you need some consulting help. Second thing you're going to do is pay for architectural design. Third thing you're going to do is really think seriously about getting if you can get a 911 director that you like later on in the end of the year on board. So but you're only using a part of your $2 million, right? And you're banking the rest of it. Stay with me here just for a second.
Okay.
So then about this time next year, you go for your second $2 million, okay? So that's going to give you about $4 million by the time we get to the end of the next summer. And that's all you need to go out to bid, because $1.7 million of that is outfitting.
Okay.
That's the computer gear and a lot of the stuff that the general contractor is not going to buy, you know, do your computer-aided dispatch. Right. So that's how it's worked.
So
that's just the practical reality of it.
It says we're going to start construction theoretically in the summer of 2016. So we would be digging stuff up, and in this case, if we do use Greenwood, displacing programs and destroying gymnasia and all of stuff like that, that has value, but we wouldn't really know what years 2 and 3 would look like.
You wouldn't go forward until you at least had the $4 million. You'd have the second grant.
Okay.
Right? You wouldn't. And the state, I mean, nobody from the state is here, but she's actually on military duty right now, the regional coordinator. But if they're going to give you the first $2 million, they're going to give you the second $2. That's happened in the last 5 years. They have not backed away from anybody, except for somebody that said, well, we're not interested anymore. And then they didn't give them any of the money, except maybe a little planning money. They ran out of gas, and then they said, great, we haven't given you that money. We've got that available to give to somebody else that really did get rolling earlier.
Alex, I asked the same question to the state E911 office, and their answer was essentially, you know, they can't make promises about future revenue being received, but there hasn't been a project that was ready that didn't get funded, and there wasn't a project that got started that didn't get finished, and there are more than a half a dozen of these now and counting And the more people that get into this pool, the less you heard that they're going to fix the fee that funds this, the less money is going to be available. So to be early on, it'll be less cost burden for the town. And the other thing is, if the state, you know, demonstrated their commitment to the Hampden Rec, it was in that the regional director drove from Boston to at least half of our task force meetings to attend, to just help and give guidance. So my belief, by that demonstration of support, is that the state is strongly encouraging us to proceed and is willing to be ready with the funding when we're ready to ask for it.
I mean, this sounds a little bit like the school building authority. You know, it's like, you know, get in now, you know, more people are going to be getting in late. I mean, I know it's a little different, sounds a little better than that, but yeah, it kind of has
I would
that
say
flavor
yes,
to
it was
it.
better than that.
Well, but the analogy, Alex, I would use was, you know, the original community preservation funds, when early in towns were
Right.
getting a higher percentage and the state started declining funds. You know, unfortunately, there are numerous numbers of examples, everything from regional school district busing right through to the MSBA, and we're sitting in a building that we owe this, we have an overrun on a building because the state's chosen to not hold up what we thought was the original deal on state MSBA share of it. So, pardon our skepticism, but we're sitting in a building with part of that example. We look at surrounding towns who are struggling to pay for busing on an agreement for regional busing, and although short-term this looks like we got to do it, the long-term cost implications, you know, could turn out to be pretty menacing to smaller towns who end up having to come up with big money. And I think when you look at Longmeadow, Hampden, Wilbraham, I don't know who else is in it, Palmer and
Ludlow.
You know, it's you know, it's potentially challenging. I think getting the economics and for us to understand what the short-term and long-term funding commitments are from the state. And George, your presentation was wonderful, but I got to tell you, I have no clue what 400% and 200% and all that stuff really means, because it's literally the first I've ever heard of this stuff, and first I've been exposed to it. I think it's again, I went into this saying, you know, it's the 21st century, folks. We've got to go forward and do something about this, but we certainly can't do it on the backs of the taxpayers of the town of Longmeadow. It can get awfully expensive if things turn sour.
Right.
I think
I just
one
want
of the things you said, I think, helped secure my concerns, and that was, this isn't coming out like the busing does, out of the general coffers. We have a funding source that's coming off of the cell phone and our Verizon bills. And I know I pay them that every month, and I know what all our bills are looking at, and their commitment is to actually increase it. So when we talk about McKenna Vito and the busing issue and the CPC and the state pulling back on it, it's I feel a little more secure knowing that it's not coming out of general funds.
Yeah, he's next, and then you, Steve.
But just want to know, does this make a difference with who's the governor of the state? I mean, is this something that's going to be regulated or decided differently depending on who our governor is?
I don't believe so. This was passed with almost unanimous vote of the legislature when they passed the statute in 2008. And I was actually involved in drafting it.
Okay.
Who's going to vote against 911? I mean, it was really, amazing.
Okay.
But the whole point of the statute, by the way,
Yeah.
the new one, was we used to get money from the surcharge on phones, and it went to Verizon to provide the phone gear. What we did as public safety folks is we said, it doesn't work like that in other states. They actually, they help subsidize with that cell phone money, they help subsidize the actual operation. And so that's what was created, these grant programs, in 2008. They're going to stay around. And by the way, Baker was very supportive of the increase, which we were a little bit surprised at, but he was supportive of the increase to $1.25 and $1 from the current 75%, because he realizes that this is a new age. We got to pay for this gear.
Great. Good.
It's $100 million just for the new 911 phone stuff.
I would just say, in response to Mark, the cost risk for going it alone is substantially greater. And even though we didn't get into the greatest level of depth in the PowerPoint, in our conversations, I am more convinced now than ever that it's harder to quantify cost avoidance as a justification for doing something, and they didn't even really try in theirs because it's, you know, it's a wag, as we say. But it's out there, and you said you were on capital planning when you had to approve the expenditures. Going alone and absorbing that $500,000 hit for equipment by ourselves is a much greater cost concern to me than increased annual operational costs, especially since, and like Greg said, it doesn't have to be at Greenwood, but they're in, you know, we've talked internally about the kind of chain of events that if Greenwood was selected as a site, what do you do with the gymnasium, the daycare, senior center? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in this, but that's what this planning grant can help sort through. It can identify. We wanted to put what a rec looks like in the context of a place that we're familiar with. So as select boards, like you said, this is all really new stuff for all the boards, and it's a regional partnership. And we felt it would be more approachable if the boards had a facility that exists today that they could go see if they wanted to, and what this would look like plugged into that facility. And that's why Greenwood was offered as a feasible site. This next grant gets us to where's the right site. And if it's Greenwood, how do we plan our own space needs around, you know, possible displacement programming and everything else? Or we just say it's not worth displacing programs, we want to find a parcel of land, build new. We're pursuing a new DPW facility, maybe it'll go down there. I mean, who knows? But that's where this next phase, I think, is really so important. So I would, you know, hope that, Richard, we could put this on the next agenda. The 500, the language is right here,
right,
that you'll be voting on.
Okay.
So, let's say it was at Greenwood. How does, now, to me, it seems like if you're the town that doesn't have to put up the space, this is kind of an easier thing to jump onto. But, I mean, there's going to be a real cost to us if we're displacing Greenwood.
But the rent is going to face rent.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is how do we, because we would have to have an upfront cost to deal with that. We would have to, you know, there's a gym there, you know, it's used a ton, you know, there's other stuff that's there. So what would be the mechanism that upfront cost gets shared among the 5? Or would it be that we take on the upfront costs and then get paid back over time by the other towns?
The latter. That's, we wouldn't really know about how you negotiate. That's really up to you guys.
Right.
But I think the latter has got to be the answer to that question.
If for no other reason there's not an identifiable source of funds to, you know, have the other communities, I guess, help you with your gymnasium moving. It's just hard to imagine it, but, you know, the recapture would probably be from rent.
So the Hamden and Wilbraham PDs, I think Wilbraham just got a new space.
They got the vote to go ahead and build.
So now, and when they voted on that, did that contemplate this rec at all, or was that like separate?
There were problems with both sites. We looked at both of them.
You mean Hamden and Wilbraham?
Hamden and Wilbraham. Wilbraham, for example.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, get the mic, please.
Wilbraham doesn't have the space on the site to support a rec of this size.
Okay.
And part of the problem with both of the police stations is they're well advanced, you know, in design and getting ready for construction. So to even pull back now and redesign for 8,000 square feet of communication space would effectively mean starting from scratch on both of those projects. The other thing, Wilbraham in particular, we had a concern with the fact that the railroad runs right behind the site, potential hazardous materials being transported by rail, the gas, the natural gas depot is right up the street. If there was a failure in that, it could affect the operation of the rec. So there were some other things that made it less than attractive site.
So do you go through that in your report, the different sites?
Yes.
So is Greenwood kind of the only feasible site, as far as you know now?
Well, we were, as the invitation to prepare the study, we were offered three sites to look at. And of the three, Greenwood, all other things being equal, was the most advantageous. From a physical plant point of view, it was. Now, obviously, there are other things, moving programs and so forth, that really didn't get into that. But the building itself works nicely. Works better than the other two.
Okay.
I can just, because the group, the task force in the multiple towns kind of developed that scope of work, and if you want, I can go a little deeper on why the 3 sites were put forward for the consultants. Like I said, the overall goal was to put it in context for folks. We talked among the 5 towns, and there really wasn't a lot of places where we thought this thing could go, and I think initially we thought if Hamden and Wilbraham are going to be under construction for police stations, there were maybe costs associated with those projects that could be transferred over to the dispatch center, that the state wouldn't, locker rooms, bathrooms that could be shared spaces with the dispatch center and the PD. There could be some efficiencies. It turns out that the timing just wasn't right for that, and the sites weren't really right either, but we didn't know that. We didn't know that 100% up front. And for us, we looked at Greenwood because there has been an ongoing discussion about a possible new senior center. So we were just looking at, like I said, the hypothetical sites, and we agreed as a group that these 3 sites were really the ones that we could think of, kind of off the top of our heads to get us to understand what the cost would be and put it in context. But like I said, I think the next phase is where we would really start to drill a little deeper into possible alternative sites, because there are, as you noted, things with where are the power lines, where are the hazardous sites. There are places where these things really shouldn't be located, and that's one of the considerations.
Would it be more? Would it be more than $5.6 million if it was a new construction on open land?
Yes. Okay. One of the things it would be worth emphasizing is, I think, by agreeing to accept Chapter 6A as amended by 500 and forming the planning committee, you are by no means committing to that school as the site. That remains within the province of the planning committee to come back and make the recommendations to all of the participating communities for the final and binding vote.
I had a question along that line too. It says apply for state, the 9/11 grants for planning, design, ultimate construction. It says upon completion of the planning process, make final decision whether to join the REC or not. Does that mean that you just do the planning part and then you hit a stop point and all the communities vote on whether they want to come in or whether this thing goes forward?
Yes.
Okay, and if it doesn't go forward, you just refund the rest of the money back to state?
Well, suppose that you start with 5 towns, and one of them either midway through decides it's not for us. If that's the case, then maybe the 4 remaining towns can regroup and put together a proposal to the 4 towns to vote on. The other possibility is all 5 towns are participating in the planning right up to the very end, and 1 or 2 of the towns don't get the support of the Board of Selectmen to participate. That would really require, either the whole thing just goes away, or the remaining towns sort of regroup and try to put together a new governing document that the remaining participating boards could vote on.
But it's your anticipation, though, at that point, that we'd still be working under money from the grant. There'd be no obligation by town funds.
Yes.
Okay.
The chief reminds me that the state had told him that he can't use the development grant money to buy land.
Right. You can't trust the chief. He's retiring.
Speaking of the chief, the chief and Captain Stankiewicz went to one of the 911 Commission meetings, and I introduced them to the folks who are doing the granting. And there's considerable enthusiasm at the state 911 department for this project. And there's a very good possibility, as this goes forward in the planning stages, other communities could express an interest in joining. There is capacity for more towns to participate, and the more that, it's like the Kevin Costner movie, build it and they will come. And I think the trend statewide and nationwide is to regionalization, and a lot of it is due to cost avoidance, because you don't want to go out and spend $75,000 for a new radio console, whereas if the 5 towns did it, it'd be $15,000.
Yeah, and I must clear the record, that was a joke between the chief and I certainly respect his judgment. He is also retiring. I have one more question. Is there any benefit for us to give a contingency type approval at this point to influence the other towns as this presentation is starting to be made? I mean, should we be showing some kind of yay or nay, or we're possibly looking strong at it?
I would say, because Dave Martell represents Ludlow, and I asked him for his feedback.
Right.
And I think there was some, I'll say reluctance. I think everybody that's been a part of this understands it's a good idea, understands that, you know, Mark, you're right, inevitability may be too strong a word, but there's going to be an awful lot of signs pointing towards this destination and very few pointing into an alternate outcome. And I think, you know, quite honestly, Long Meadow has been the leader on this project since the very beginning. It was the chief and the captain that really pulled the group together to pursue this. Again, really belying the reputation that some chiefs have had in other parts of the state of really only wanting to, you know, protect their own turf. Long Meadow led the charge on, you know, all the meetings have been in our building. We've, you know, our procurement director handled the procurement, and I do think it would be more than symbolic if we were first to, you know, jump into the pond on this one.
Well, what I'm after, Stephen, we're not going to get any more answers until the planning process starts.
Well, we're going to be able to read the study.
Yeah, I'd like to read the study.
Okay, you can read.
We've got a 15-page PowerPoint right now.
Okay, so you want, we have 2 people that really would like to read. I know Mark wants to read the study. He likes to read. Okay, I'm just wondering, I guess maybe we're talking about the 6th we're going to make a vote on. I'm just wondering how it's going to be perceived by all the communities if everybody's sitting there with their cards held against their chest. Who's going to drop their cards first and say, yeah, we want to go with it? Since it does not appear, and if I'm wrong, it does not appear there's any backdrop to this. This is strictly grant money for the further investigation, possibility of moving forward, and at any point you can drop off.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm wondering. If I understand the need to read the study, but is the need to read the study paramount on saying that we want to go for consideration?
You're asking me. I want to read the study before I vote on something. Okay. I mean, like Alex said, we've got a 15-page PowerPoint. We're seeing this for the first time. I think, you know, my predisposition is it's a great idea, but that's my predisposition. I'd like to read some of the details and get a chance to maybe ask additional questions after I've had more than 15 minutes or an hour, in this case, while people are talking about it.
But Mark, I think that's what the vote says. Your vote would be, we think this is a great idea. It's essentially the level of bind with that vote is, we think this is a great idea. And I'm not saying, you know, do it tonight. I'm just saying it would really send a powerful message to the communities if we did. But that's all that vote is saying, is that you think it's a great idea.
I mean,
right? I mean, that's.
I mean, the other thing that, to me, I feel like our town, because it looks like we're the most likely site, we've got more at stake than anybody. So to me, you know, reading it over and understanding, you know, because to me, this question of what we do with Greenwood is very significant.
But that doesn't get answered until we go through the planning process, Alex.
But
right.
I'd like to read more than a 15-page PowerPoint.
Okay.
All right. Well, I could push the vote, and maybe I'll push it through, but I don't think it's worth that. I think we've already shown a leadership role in this project, and I believe the other community is going to be aware that there is some interest in our community, some strong interest in our community. And I'll give at least 2 board members the opportunity to read the whole study before we call for a vote. That's only fair. So, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For the presentation.
Do you have the study, Stephen?
I think I have it electronically, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, John. Okay, we have an odd situation that's closed in on this. We have sewage rates that we must approve, Paul?
No. You don't have to approve tonight, you have about a month.
Okay.
Water and sewer.
Water and sewer, we got a month.
Do
you wanna consider a special meeting to get these things out of the way?
I don't know what's on the agenda going forward. We certainly have to get the water and sewer rates discussion going, and unfortunately, at the last meeting, there were only 2 people here, so there wasn't really a full meeting.
Right.
But I'd like to take 10 minutes just to go through with people what the documents are, so they're not seeing it for the first time at the date it comes to vote at it.
Right.
And so that when we vote on them, we have an understanding of them.
Okay, well, let's look at what we still have left.
What document
So
are we
there's
dealing with?
this was a document that
Is this your thing, or is there another one?
No, it was his thing.
Okay, so it's, okay, I think I've got that. It's the Excel spreadsheet?
it's the one that was included in our packet.
Okay,
By,
got that.
with under other things, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
I
well,
got
if we're gonna do that, and you only want about 10 minutes, we'll talk about, why don't we get this vote on the new voting equipment out of the way?
Fine, yeah, we
It's a
gotta do that.
procedural thing. Is there a motion that's supposed to be read on this thing, Steve?
Yeah, there is, hold on a second.
Should be in your packet.
Yeah. Here,
You got it, Chief?
yeah, hold on, I think she's got the motion.
Oh, okay. Oh, the letter doesn't have to be attached. Right.
Is
Oh,
it
here
the attached
No,
letter?
It's in front. It starts off, good morning. It's from
Right.
Michelle Tassinari.
I've got one
The
from,
vote must specifically state to start using the exact equipment and to discontinue old equipment, including hand counting. So then, on the back of that is the email from
Right.
Kathy, and it says, we will be using image cast voting equipment, we will discontinue use of the AccuVote machines, including hand counting.
Should I hand that to
right.
someone to read?
So you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Make
Do
a
you have
motion?
it?
Sure,
Yeah.
yeah, I've got it here. I'll move that we vote to approve the new voting equipment as specified by our town manager, excuse me, as by our clerk, and,
I think
You have to say the
Mark, you
type.
can say the motion should read, we vote, I move that we use image cast voting equipment and
Mhm.
discontinue use of the AccuVote machines, including hand counting. I think that's what that has to say, based on what Kathy wrote.
let me see
Here,
if I
do,
can find
it's right
her.
here.
Yeah, you've got
It
coming in.
says the exact type.
Reliable
So it
hard
says the
copy.
vote must specifically state to start using the exact equipment, discontinue the old equipment. So I think
Oh,
it should be
okay,
that level
right,
of
okay, I vote we move to begin using image cast voting equipment at our next town election and discontinue use of AccuVote machines, including hand counting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. For discussions, we purchased new equipment, Tom, you're on, we purchased it on the program last year, and apparently we have to have authorization to start using it. It's a legal requirement.
Well, you have to, before you can close, before you close the purchase, you have to vote, right?
Yeah.
No, we haven't done the purchase yet, the appropriation is just made up of all.
Yeah, it's all appropriate, but then this vote has to take place to move forward.
Right,
This was annual town meeting, I thought.
The annual town meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fall town.
I'm sorry if I said fall.
Yeah, it's annual town
Okay,
meeting.
we're in discussion, any discussion?
Yes. I didn't, the way that you read that, Mark,
Yep.
it sounds like we are excluding the possibility of hand counting. And when I read the other, what, Ms. Tessaneri's thing, I think it's clear, and I think it would be impossible to eliminate the possibility of hand counting entirely. I mean, because, you know, as we know from Bush v. Gore 2000, you know, at some point, you may have to hand count. So I would suggest that the vote, because no matter what equipment you're gonna use, you could have to do hand counting. So I would suggest that the motion simply say that you're gonna discontinue image cast vote equipment and discontinue AccuVote machines.
Yeah, I'm guessing that the parenthetical notation means if all you do right now is hand count.
Mm-hmm. You would have to then say instead of hand counting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's Hamden, who only hands counts.
No, only hands count, okay.
I
But
think
we
you're
can
right,
certainly put it in
that's a
there.
good point. I just kind of read it literally, but I think
Right.
the parenthetical notation
Right.
means
even if you're not using equipment and you're using your hands right now, you have to vote to discontinue using your hands.
I've got it here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll accept that as a friendly amendment then.
Friendly.
Well,
Sure.
begin the, use of image cast voting equipment and discontinue use of AccuVote machines.
Okay.
Yep.
Any more other discussion?
And so,
Marie?
second it.
Oh, second the second reading, okay.
Do you have
Who
a?
seconded the original
Marie.
motion?
No other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, what's your favorite? Would you like to talk your capital, or would you like to talk your water sewage rate?
I'd like to talk water sewage rates. I'd like to talk about them both, but
The
we're
floor
gonna
is
talk about
yours.
water and
We have
sewage rates.
20 minutes until the lights go out.
Should we have him decide, make his first presentation, and then you have your counter?
It's not a counter, I don't believe.
Run through the same information.
Yes.
He's built in capital needs where I had not. 'Cause, again, in my original letter, I was looking for some directions from the sub-finance committee on that, or the full board. And I did not get that on the first because there wasn't a quorum here. So Mark has taken liberty to do some things that I was looking for liberty to get information on.
Okay.
And that's really the only difference between the two presentations.
Do you have a different spreadsheet?
I have a different spread. The numbers are the same, again, with the exception of Mark has built in some reserve money into his spreadsheet that I was looking for direction on, that he took liberty to put those in on his own doing.
Stephen, there's no way of putting this up so people at home can figure out what we're talking about, is there?
I don't think many people are watching at this point.
Don't, hey, you have little faith. So, Paul, let me start and you can continue. You've got a copy of this as well, but.
I have just certain ones that we went back and forth on,
Right,
right?
that's the one.
Okay.
Okay, so.
They can go to the website, truthfully, and get the packet and go
Go right to the page, and
Okay,
if
that's
anybody's
fine.
still awake, I encourage you that, because last time we did this,
It didn't, okay.
actually,
that's
no,
fine.
I take that back. Jim Moran said
Yeah,
with the
said-
HT, he could read it.
They could read it
You could read
exactly,
it.
anyway. So, what we've got is fiscal years 2012 through 20, a 9-year fiscal year proposal that shows a whole list, and the title of it is Long Meadow Water Rate Proposal, and it has 5 major lines at the top. One is Springfield water charges, Long Meadow operating costs, debt service, and then it says amount added to reserve, miscellaneous revenue reserves, and then total expenditures. So that list is really our water operating department costs. And obviously fiscal years 2012 through 14 are actual numbers. Fiscal year 2015 is our projections for this year, and 16 is what we're talking about now, and 17 and beyond, or fiscal year 17 and beyond, are theoretical where we're headed. But they are based on what the Springfield Municipal Water Department, I believe they're called, has told us is going to be in the works for charges for water. And
I have a question.
go ahead, Marie.
And so the water charges, and we projecting further, does that mean buying the same amount? Or are we projecting that we might have decreased usage or increased?
The Springfield water charges is based on.
Based on a 5-year average.
Right, a 5-year average of purchases, with the Springfield Water Commission telling us this is what we expect to charge you. It's also based, remember, that their total charges are then distributed amongst the towns by proportional water usage. So, it depends on a lot of things. Their capital programs, their actual operating costs, but it's not X dollars per gallon times number of gallons. It is not that.
Okay, no, but I'm saying it's figuring out an average of the past 5 years and where our water usage will be. So if our water usage is dropping.
If our water usage would drop, then these costs would come down slightly.
Okay.
Okay. But our operating costs are based on I think we use 2% or 2.5% increase year over year, Paul? Is that what you used?
The Springfield water charges are from the city of Springfield. The operating cost, I believe, I think you had put in the number of 2.5% annually, and the debt service is the actual debt service that we have currently projected out. Those are the actual costs with the current debt that we have outstanding today.
Right. And so what we had there is debt service, but then you'll see that I also added in a line for what I call new debt service. That's water projects we don't have on the books and we don't know about, but things that in fiscal year 2019 and 20 may add additional costs. And I put that in as a conservative approach to this because we've got old water pipes in town, very honestly, and we've got other things we're trying to do. And finally, what I did is also then added in a line that says amount to add to reserve. That's because we currently have, and Tom, this is, I'm ask questions. This is, we have a water stabilization fund, okay, which is a pool of money controlled by our water department. That's there for two reasons, in my opinion. The first reason is if there's a major water break tomorrow that costs us $125,000, we got to have the cash to pay for that.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
The second reason is that everything we're doing now is looking a year out or more.
Yeah.
You know, we're saying, what are people going to use for water in the coming year, and how much revenue are we going to have? And we really don't know what the water is going to be. And in the town of Longmeadow, where a lot of people irrigate their lawns, a lot of it depends on whether you have a rainy spring and fall or a dry spring and fall. And so it really was intended to what we called stabilize the rates. But it doesn't so much stabilize the rates as it's there so that if the end of the year you misguess, you've got a pool of money to literally pay the bills at the end of the year. Yeah. Now, if you guess the wrong way and more revenue comes in than you anticipated, money will grow that stabilization fund. And then we, as a board, can decide based on our policy, which says it should have about a $500,000 balance in it, we can choose to use that money in place of borrowing, for example, to do a water main project. So rather than borrow, we say, look, we've charged people already for this, it came in, we've got it in this pool. But over the last couple of years, because it's been wet, because of whatever it is, our stabilization fund has precipitously declined. It's very low, it's below $100,000 now, well below the level that we consider appropriate and prudent. And so we need to at least consider building this up and have a start on it. You don't want to overcharge customers by $500,000 the first year.
Right.
But I'm saying over 5 years, we ought to put in this $100,000 a year to build it up. And after the first year or two, if for some reason it's grown even more, then you don't do it the third year, or even after the first year if it's grown a lot. So you don't have to do this, but it's just a good way of looking at how you'd add additional funds. So that's what that $100,000 tries to explain.
Yeah.
So you look at the cost of Springfield water charges, the operating costs of our department, which are labor charges, pumping charges, the cost of running our water tank, our water tower. You know, we have this massive pumping station, electrical charges on Forest Glen Road. You know, all the things we have to do to maintain our water system. Then you add in the known debt service, the anticipated debt service, this building of reserves, and then you finally subtract from that other revenues. And Paul has come through with other revenues or things that we get, like people are moving, and so we go out and do special reads of water meters. Okay. We bill for that. So there's revenues that come in from special things that come out. There are other commercial opportunities that cause revenue to come in to the water department. And the water department is a separate operating budget from the town. It has nothing to do with tax revenue.
And this is all separate from sewer?
All separate from sewer. There's a parallel discussion for sewer, but this is separate. So if you take those numbers and you add them all together, you come up with that line that says total expenditures, okay? And you can see where it runs and where we anticipate it running, about $2.2 million in fiscal year 16. It was $2.4 million in fiscal year 2015. One of the primary reasons is that we're changing the allocation of fixed costs within the DPW so that less charges are going to our shared people at the DPW. There's also a reduction from the Springfield Municipal Water Department. So that's what the amount of revenue we need to raise. It's plain and simple. To balance the budget, we anticipate needing $2.189 million. next year. So the question is, how do you raise that? At the town meeting, it was confirmed by residents that they want to do it by unit. And so the question is, fine, let's take the number of units people are going to buy next year, divide the cost by the units, we come up with the price. The key issue is, how many units are they going to buy next year? You know that, you're a soothsayer. And so we've been trying to look at a 5-year average, a 5-year running average, and we have historically been using a number of 850,000 units. A unit is 100 cubic feet of water. Now, there's another spreadsheet that I sent you folks over the weekend that I did that I've been pretty bothered by the fact that we've been projecting 850,000 units of water for the last couple of years, and we look every month at a report from the DPW of how much water we bought from the city of Springfield. And for the last 3 years, that has come up at 889, 906, 936, and 914. That's the last 4 years. And I'm saying, gee, that's great, 900 versus 850 of selling. But it turns out that this is what we buy, not what we sell. So there's a whole other spreadsheet of comparing what we buy from the city of Springfield, which, oh, by the way, we buy in millions of gallons, we sell in hundreds of cubic feet. So you can't just use number to number, you got to do a conversion. So the point was that, and we're looking at why is there a significant difference between the amount we buy and the amount we sell. And I think we're going to ask the DPW and the water department to kind of look into it. But the one thing I can report, because I've gone through that now, and it was in the item we sent you, is that discrepancy has fallen dramatically since we put in our automated water meter system. So that discrepancy in fiscal year 2012 was around 25%. In fiscal year 2013, it fell to 15%, which was the first full year of our new water meters. And in fiscal year 2014, it's 10%. That's the last full year for which we have numbers. So we're looking at those numbers, and when you look at what's 10% difference, there's 2 or 3% is fire hydrant flushing. There's a bunch of other things that I'm sure we'll pin down, and there probably are leaks too. But
so does the town get billed for its own water uses then?
Well, for example, the school department gets billed for water to the schools.
Okay.
The town buildings we build, but the losses are really losses, unmetered water. So because of that, it does make sense to reduce our estimate of sales for next year. Reduce the estimate of sales. Paul's recommendation was we go from 850,000 units to 785,000 units of sales. And based on the numbers I've been seeing, and I've looked back and I've shared with everybody, is there's not an awful lot of year-to-year variation. It's like plus or minus 3 or 5%. Even in the wet years and the dry years, it doesn't go up and down that much. And so I just took that 785,000 units forward through the balance of this projection. And I said, okay, so let's take the amount of money we have to raise and divide it by that projected sales. Now, to do that, what I did is I actually divided each of the line items by that volume as well as the total by the volume. So if you look at what you've got on this spreadsheet, you've got Springfield water charges of about $1.03, Long Meadow operating cost of 99 cents, debt service of 74 cents, and then you can add money to the, and if you look at that, the total of that is $2.79. Okay, and you can add to that then the money you want to have to build reserves, and it comes up to $2.92. So if you buy the premise of we want to build about 100,000 reserves, and you buy the premise of 785,000 units for next year, then you're going to come to the conclusion we ought to be charging $2.92. that's what the number ought to be.
And what's the difference between this and last year?
Well, last year was $2.78.
All right.
But remember, last year we ran at a pretty big deficit in the water department, only because we had a substantial fund in that water stabilization fund that we were able to draw out of, that we actually pay the water bills last year. Okay? So now what I've done is I've looked forward a few years, and you've got some ups and downs and valleys and a couple of spikes. And so the answer is, can we do something to smooth those spikes? Just kind of looking forward. So instead of, raising the rates 28 cents one year and then raising it 11 cents the next year and 22 cents, it looks like an increase of about, what was it, 15 cents or 16 cents a year is a nice leveling out over 5 years, subject to review every year. I mean, we may find out that, gee, really dry year, a lot of water usage, we don't need to raise it that much. But having said that, the most sense to me is to do a 15-cent raise this year to next year, go from 278 to 293, with saying, and if everything really held steady, you'd probably go up 15 cents the following year, which would go up to 308, which, by the way, is less than the budget tells you you'd go up next year, but we're going to bank a little bit of money this year. Right. And then if you do that 15 cents, so what this tries to do is, and that's what the bottom here is, Marie and Tom, is the operational break-even rate says what would you need to charge just to break even on operations, assuming the usage that we're assuming. And finally, adding in a little bit of reserve rate, then there's the calculated rate, and then I've got a smoothed rate. So Marie, I don't know if you're following those items.
Mm-hmm.
The variables here are the units you think you're going to buy, that people are going to buy, and we really don't know. And clearly, how much money we're willing to put into debt service, we can put more or less, but we can control that. I will say that finally, one of the greatest issues of our water system is that this water rate that we pass, we don't get this money in 2016. We're only going to get half of it in 2016. We won't get half of it, the other half of it, until fiscal year 2017. Half the money we're going to get this year, the die has been cast theoretically, because last year we set a rate. And we set it at $2.78 when we really need $2.93 this year. And so another opportunity this year is to go back to our, I think it's pre-2012 program, where we change the rate effective with a bill, not unlike your electric company bill that says the rate in effect for the electricity you just used last month is this. Not the rate going forward, the rate in effect for the water you just used on this current bill. If we did that, we'd be setting a rate today that would pay for money, pay for consumption that started in February through August, but that money would come into this year's fiscal year coffers. And so the decisions we have to make at our next meeting are, do we buy into the percent to the units? Do we buy into building back up our stabilization fund? And in my opinion, do we want to bill for this year, for part of last year's usage at this year's rates or not?
Is that a good point for me to take the floor back from you?
Go ahead. I just want to.
Have you got enough out on the table? We only got about
I understand. I just want to make sure people have enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had one piece I wanted to get, because I know we're going to come back on your discussion pretty heavy.
Yeah, and we're going to discuss it, I know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And Mark, you did great work. I mean, there's a lot of energy goes into this.
Yeah, a lot of work.
If I want somebody to work on my utility bills, I know who to call. No smile?
No, okay, thank you.
Okay. I said I was going to add something to the agenda tonight, and it's something that we've talked about before. I chatted with Mark earlier today and told him what I was going to do. We're talking about a consultant being able to come in and talk to the board. We've got a brand new member on the board now, too. Talk to the board about this booklet right here. There's 254-page document that is given to a selectman when they are brought onto the board, and they go home and they study this, and then they come in and they try to function in the room with this and about 15 other documents. And I know Stephen has requested, and I've been in a meeting just a couple days ago, 3 days ago, where there was a discussion on this adjustment or the working relationship between town administrators and select boards. And they again brought the point up that sometimes you're better off to bring somebody in to talk about it that deals with this on a more statewide level. So I'm asking for a motion to have Stephen search out and find somebody that is qualified and is known across the state to be able to come in and sit and have an open meeting with us, so we can throw questions back and forth, including town manager questions, and try to get an impartial person as we can. I strummed that with Stephen. I said I'd like it to be very impartial.
So is that a motion?
No, that was request for a motion.
I move for an educational or training person to come in and talk about select board functioning.
Yeah. Could we also charge the town manager search out and find this person and come back to the board with a proposal?
And the town manager bring us options.
Okay. Is there a second?
I guess I'd like, the only amendment I would consider to the motion is that I'd like to have at least 3 options for facilitators, not just one, but 3 options brought to the board.
Do you think you can find 3?
Try. Yeah.
You can try. I knew one fantastic racehorse, but she just retired.
Well,
because the government brought out this special program for retirees, and some of the icons that do this in the state have just retired, believe it or not.
It's pretty, I mean, MMA, of which we are a member,
right,
has, people that, they don't have people that do this, but they know of the people that do this. A lot of times they advertise in the Beacon magazine. I've already heard of a few names of people that have been recommended to me by other town managers, so I can see what they have for a list and see who has specific strengths or niches, or who's worked in smaller communities or communities of our profile. I can certainly do that.
Yeah, because as a municipality, it's always good to have more than one option, just so we're not favoring any one person, but we make sure that everyone on the board would agree that it's the right person.
Oh, you bring 3 options in, and
do you want to make that a formal motion, or do you just want me to redo my main motion?
You can just redo yours.
Okay. I move that we have a educational or training session, and that we direct the town manager to bring at least 3 options to the table.
3 speakers, maybe with the credentials or whatever. Yeah, that's
for us to choose.
I'll second that.
Now we got a second? Okay. Is there any discussion?
Well, I guess the only thing I would say is that every time you change the membership of a group by one person, you really change the whole group. And so
I'm going to ask you what's on page 176.
So I think it's important that we have we just get things rolling. We're trying to, I think the voters have made it clear that they want some changes in this board. They all showed up last Tuesday, and so I think it would be a good investment of our time and to do this, start to make sure we get things on track, and it'll make it for a better year.
We'll try it and see what happens, and I think if it works the way we anticipate it working, it could be something we would, every time we get a new member on the board, that it'd be nice to go through the whole process, because there's going to be a lot of confusion. This is the Bible, and I wish you luck.
Well, the school committee doesn't, and they do psychological testing.
Right. They do a lot of educational
personality
stuff. Okay, any
analysis.
Other discussion? Okay, seeing no other discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, so it is now 1 minute past 11. Ladies and gentlemen, the lights are about to go off on us. Mr. Gold has started this water discussion. It will continue to our next agenda. There also was, Mr. Gold had a thing on the long-term capital planning, which I regret we did not get to, which will automatically go on to our next agenda, and we'll try to keep our next agenda a little bit shorter. So I wish you a nice evening and appreciate you tuning us up and seeing what's on. The next meeting is July 6th, 2015. That'll be after the 4th of July, so I hope you and your family have a safe 4th of July.
Move to adjourn.
Yeah, we need a vote to adjourn.
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everyone.